Great, thank you, and good evening. Welcome to the Board of Education meeting for Ventura Unified School District. Calling this meeting to order at 5:31. Do we have any changes to the agenda?
President Rodriguez, yes, we do. We're going to pull item 19H. We'll bring that back in March.
Okay, perfect. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second?
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
I do not see any public comments on closed session items.
We do not.
Okay, so then we will go to closed session where we will discuss public employee discipline, dismissal, release. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we are adjourned to closed session. Good evening, and thank you for joining us for this regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting for Ventura Unified School District. I'm President Sabrina Rodriguez, and appreciate you all being here with us. If you would please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Dawn, would you please take roll?
I'd be happy to. President Sabrina Rodriguez.
Here.
Vice President Dr. Jerry Dannenberg.
Here.
Trustee Miss Amy Callahan.
Here.
Trustee Mr. Calvin Peterson.
Here.
Trustee Mr. James Forsyth.
Here.
Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro.
Here.
Student Board Member Kelsey Randall.
Here.
Student Board Member Holden Barrett.
Here.
And Student Board Member Alex Castro.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. The board has just returned from closed session where no action was taken. This brings us to Superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. I'd just like to take this opportunity to bring some attention to our district choir. This Saturday, there were 2 shows. I had a chance to attend one of them on Sunday. We had 50 students present and participating. Grades 5 through 12 is an incredible event. 8 schools participated. The theme of these concerts was What I Did for Love. The students were incredible. We had multiple languages represented. The topics were broad and diverse. So I thought it was just really representative of our district and what they accomplished, and it was a real highlight. And would like to share our appreciation with Heidi House for what she was able to accomplish with her students. So that is what I would like to share today. Thank you.
Great. Student board members. Holden, would you like to go first? Oh, sorry. Holden, do you want to go first?
Thank you. Hello, I'm Holden Barrett. I am a representative of El Camino High School at Ventura College. And that's the end of the presentation. Yeah, that's the right one. It was just at the very end. Yeah.
That was the end of it.
Yeah. Right. I'm Holden Barrett. I am a representative of El Camino High School at Ventura College. And next slide, please. On January 27th, we had our game day event where we encouraged our students to bring their own board games, share with their friends, and we had our own ping pong table set out, and one of our teachers, Miss Christy Steinlich, brought soccer balls and a net for our students to play in a little field we have. And then on February 7th, we had Homestead kids come over in the 8th grade to see whether or not they would like to see El Camino as their high school. Where we had a little activity with them, had them build a little tower of cards, see who built the tallest one and can hold a deck of cards on top. And then had a little Q&A and had a little tour around our campus. And then had a kindness week from February 14th to 17th where we acknowledged and appreciated our fellow staff and students. And then on the 24th of this February, we had a blood drive where we had a goal of getting 22 units of blood and surpassed that at 27 units, and which is enough blood to help save the lives of 81 people. Our ECTV at Caps Media won 4 WAVE awards this year, consisting of Arts About Agriculture, Chumash Elder Julie Tumamit Stencil, Mark Lund Ventura County Voting Register, and Y Poetry. One of our students, Campton Carter, won the first place at the Oxnard Noontimers Lions Club Speaker Contest and will proceed to the next level in March. And one of our other students, Faith Postra, won runner-up and is one of the closest competitions one of the coordinators has seen in the last 40 years. In the Optimist Essay Contest, more than 80 people ran for it, and at the Sunrise Club contest, one of our juniors, Allison Lack, won first place, and at the East Ventura Club, one of our juniors, Rachel Alonso, won second place, and one of our other seniors, senior Campton Carter, won third place. Right. And then our upcoming events for this upcoming month consist of our parent leader team meeting on the 1st of March, our WASC on the 13th through 15th of March, the physical fitness test for our freshman students on the 17th of March, our information night for our upcoming students on the 22nd of March, our casino night on the 24th of March, and our prom on the 28th of April. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, Holden. I think you have a volunteer over here for casino night in case you need it.
Casino when me and Jerry, right? Casino night. And by the way, you have a great speaking voice, so you know you might want to go into announcing or something, but you have that voice.
Kelsey, are you ready for Foothill?
My name is Kelsey Randall. I'm the representative from Foothill Tech. So the month of January, one of our 11th grade English teachers and our drama teacher was voted the Chamber of Commerce Teacher of the Month, which was very exciting. And we made a big poster for her and celebrated her with her drama kids as well. And then girls basketball isn't featured because none of them would send me a photo of them, but we had 3 senior nights in one night, which wasn't exactly planned and it wasn't super ideal, but we made it work. So our new mascot was featured at every single sporting event. And then February was Black History Month, and so we had a movie night, and we also featured a lot of posts on our social media highlighting Black figures in history. And then we also had a kindness week, February 14th through the 17th. We had spirit days throughout the week, and then we had a kindness court as well. And teachers nominated students through Google Sheet, and then students nominated students just randomly throughout the day, and they'd come to the ASB room and get a cupcake. And then we have a dance coming up next month. We actually had to postpone this dance and change the theme because of the weather, because it was supposed to be the 24th of February, but then it was raining that entire week and it was supposed to be outside. So we moved it to March 24th, and we changed the theme accordingly. And then we also have an upcoming run rally. It's actually going to be on St. Patrick's Day, so that's kind of the theme we're going for. We have passed out our run cards, and we are getting Mr. Softy for all students, and then our red card run students, which just means that you had a 0.5 GPA bump within the semesters. They got a front of the line thing on theirs, unlike the rest of the Ren cards. And then we also ordered t-shirts for all Ren students. And I think that's all. Thank you. Yep.
Great, thanks. So with your new mascot, is that a new mascot name, Fuego, or is that? Because that wasn't the name before, right?
The name was Draco before, and then we actually ordered that new mascot last year when we got district funds, and we renamed it. Yeah.
Like the new name. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Alex, tell us what's going on at BASE.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alex Castro, and I'm representing VASE. Ventura Adult and Continuing Education continues to focus on the Board of Education priorities for the 2022-23 school year. You'll see from my presentation tonight some of the exciting and innovative ways VASE provides educational opportunities, builds on our VUSD strengths, and celebrates student achievements. During this season of the new evening caregiver class, students learned how to properly utilize their PPE or personal protective equipment, which is designed to protect the wearer's body from injury or infection. The caregiver class provides ESL students with an opportunity to acquire job-specific language as well as the fundamental CTE skills needed to pursue a career in caregiving. Students who successfully completed the free program are eligible to register on the California Caregiver Registry. Our ESL community continues with their Caregiver IET class, building language skills, medical terminology, and caregiver job skills, such as transferring patients from a wheelchair to a walker. As you can see from these smiles, students had an enjoyable evening building their ESL language skills and medical vocabulary, along with learning how to safely transfer patients to and from a wheelchair and walker from another caregiver IET class. Our Paraeducator Education Support Professionals Preparation course, say that 3 times, taught by Jackie Lopez, will begin next week. Students learn skills to help prepare them to apply for a position within school districts and end the course with mock interviews conducted by HR professionals. This is a very successful class. VUSD has hired many of the graduates from this program. This class is currently full, but we will let everyone know when the next one is open. Our partnership with VUSD to assist current high school students recover credits has been very successful. Buena, Foothill, and Ventura High School students have recovered over 540 credits this year through VASE's credit recovery programs. Everyone is working hard to help students meet their graduation requirements. VASE was one of the 3 Ventura County adult schools that participated in the creation of a free digital upskilling course designed to provide adults with essential computer literacy skills needed in daily life. The grant-funded pilot class was created in partnership with the Ventura County Economic Development Collaborative and met twice a week for 6 weeks from 5 to 7 p.m. at Elmhurst School. There were 24 participants, including VUSD paraprofessionals, employees from our facilities department, VUSD parents, grandparents, business owners, and ESL students. Upon completion, all 24 students received a free Chromebook provided by the VC EDC grant to practice their newly acquired skills. TDC Studios had an amazing opportunity to travel to Lompoc to meet with staff at Vandenberg Space Force Base. The purpose of this meeting was to film a short video for a promo they were hired to create featuring several Space Force staff members. Once the video was complete, it was utilized by First Robotics to launch the international kickoff event for the 2023 build season. Students from TDC Studios will be filming the local regional robotics competition held at FathomWorks on March 10th to the 12th. Congratulations to the CTE students Citilali Magana, Alondra Adolon, Kat Cabrera, and Josh Whittington, who have graduated and landed exciting jobs with Community Memorial and the City of Ventura. We are proud of your accomplishments. VASE's Students of the Month for January was one of our pharmacy technician students, Julie Hernandez. Julie is an excellent student who continues to attend classes at VASE. During the month of March, she will be participating in an internship at La Paz Pharmacy in Oxnard. We want to take this time to recognize pharmacy owner Arturo Dominguez for his ongoing support and participation of our CTE Pharmacy Tech Advisory Committee. Our students benefit greatly from their externship experiences, and we appreciate our partnership with all of our business partners. Students in the medical back office program spent their Valentine's week gaining some hands-on, heartfelt anatomy experience. They enjoyed investigating the actual structure of a cow's heart. Many had never seen a heart before participating in this dissection lab, and they were very excited to have this new learning opportunity. VACE is proud to announce the return of the Spanish GED class. Please welcome Maria Uribe, our new instructor who brings over 20 years of teaching experience with her. Classes will be held Monday through Thursday from 5 to 8:30 p.m., where students will build their high school equivalency skills in language, writing, social students, science, and mathematics. All exams will be taken in Spanish. Sign up for the class in our office. Classes will begin next week. All VACE students may use their school ID and ride for free with the VCTC Free Ride program. This program has empowered students to attend classes here at VACE. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Alex, can I ask, which program are you doing at BASE?
I'm actually in the computer financial literacy class, program, excuse me.
Fantastic. Thank you for sharing all that information. Appreciate it. That brings us to correspondence. Dr. Castro, do you have any correspondence to share?
We have not received any correspondence. Thank you.
Board members, any correspondence to share? Okay. That brings us to public comments. I have 2 public comments. I have noticed there are some other members of the public in the audience. This is your last chance if you wanted to submit a speaker form to provide public comment. Up first, I have Ms. Weir. Oh, yeah, and students, you're welcome to stay, but if you have schoolwork or other obligations, you're okay to go too. Thanks for being here. Good evening. So you'll have 3 minutes, and then you'll be followed by Arlene Martinez.
In El Rio. And the juvenile detention hall, I have to say, was not a welcoming environment, obviously. When I went to Loma Vista the other day, I hate to say, didn't feel welcoming either. The new fencing at Loma Vista, one of my grandkids goes there. My kids of grandkids have gone to Elmhurst, Montalvo, Anacapa, Mound, Loma Vista, Buena, and Cabrillo. So I have a vested interest in this. We want to make sure our campuses are welcoming and pleasant looking. I have to say that the campus at Lincoln has a great fence. It's attractive. The fence along Main Street, it's an attractive fence. It's designed well. Plus it has art on it. You can put vines on fences. You can line them with trees. You can do all sorts of things if you absolutely feel like you have to have fences and gates. Make them welcoming and attractive. Another request is to keep them open on weekends. Being that schools are public property, and the city, and especially our families, need public spaces like civic commons, outdoor areas to go to, and the city can't provide neighborhood like you do. The schools, each school is the center of a neighborhood, and that center of a neighborhood needs to continue not just when school's in session, but after school and on weekends, to have a place for kids to go hang out on the grass, run their dogs, whatever. And then my third request is, can you consider working with the Ventura Tree Alliance? I'm the founder of the Ventura Tree Alliance, and our goal is to get urban forestry more in the city of Ventura, and we've noticed that school campuses and along some of the roads near schools could use a lot more trees, and the Ventura Tree Alliance is happy to partner with the school district to help pay for the trees. We bring volunteers. We're doing a big tree planting in Branca Vista Park for Arbor Day. Arbor Day, we're doing it on March 10th. You're invited, but please work with us. We're happy to help you plant trees. That also helps the campus be more of a neighborhood center. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Always nice to see you. Up next, Arlene. And Arlene, you will be followed by Cherie Egbert, who will be followed by, is it Ina? Ina Holiday. Thank you.
Hi, Board of Education and all the staff. Thank you for your service and all your time. My name is Arlene Martinez. I'm the mother of a first and third grader at Will Rogers, which is an amazing school. I'm so grateful for bilingual education and the foresight of the school leaders to offer campuses with bilingual education. It's amazing to see my little ones coming out and speaking Spanish. Will Rogers is 2 blocks from my house, which is great. It would be even better if the campus was open when school is not in session. So that's what I'm here to talk about, to ask you not just to open Will Rogers, but all the school campuses when kids are not in session. So during the summer, late at night, or on weekends during the summer, again, when kids aren't there. I grew up in San Diego County, and I was able to walk to my park that was open after school. It still is. I can now, when I visit my mom, take the kids to the park. I used to rollerblade there as the daughter of immigrants. They weren't signing me up for sports leagues and activities, so I was kind of on my own, and I was lucky to have that park available. And I know that's the situation in a lot of our neighborhoods in Ventura. So parks are such a great space for mental health, for physical health. I mean, the outdoors have been a saving grace. They were for me during the pandemic, and they continue to be, and I'm grateful for that space. And I know, as I happen to work in economic development and know that a lot of the CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan Act money, a lot of communities, school districts and cities have been using them for this exact purpose, to open up parks on school sites, or for other recreation throughout the community, recognizing how important physical and mental health is. So that would be a potential source of funding. The school district and city, I think, for this to work, would need to work together. They would need to both fund it. It shouldn't just fall on the school district. It should fall, because it would be a city park for the community. It's great that we have these sites already available. There's already activity that's been in Los Angeles and Santa Barbara. Both sides of us are looking at doing this very same thing. There are going to always be concerns about vandalism or the homelessness and drugs. I don't think any of that is insurmountable. There's too many communities across the country that are doing this very thing. They've made it work. I think we can make it work too. I'm involved with the Midtown Ventura Community Council. I know there's a lot of enthusiasm and support to do this very thing. So you've got community members willing to help make this happen. So hope you will consider doing that. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Arlene. Up next, Cherie Egbert.
Hello. I don't really have a prepared speech tonight, but I wanted to share with you, I'm really excited. I attended the California, the California Center for School Climate partnership with California Department of Education, and it's talking about the power of relationships. And if you know me, you know my life is really dedicated to creating community. I believe that the more we can create healthy communities, the safer our world will be, and friendlier and well-connected, and we can solve a lot of social problems. So this was really great, and I'm going to email you more details, but basically it was like relationship, and listening, not being afraid to ask those really hard questions that might be uncomfortable, really get to the root of the problems, find out what's going on with the students. they even have an empathy session if like there's this one school, they had a whole bunch of fights on campus, and they've learned to just ask what's caused this, what would you need for this not to happen, and they've noticed their suspensions have gone down like over half. And then I'm going to tie it into something I noticed in Newshawk recently, and our neighbors to the north and our neighbors to the south. Speaking of creating community, that's why I do advocate for campuses being available to the community. At North, the city council member just advocated that he's on the west side. He says there's a lot of violence in Santa Barbara, and he's advocating the city council. He's reaching out to the school district and saying, please open up your schools. And then down south in Los Angeles Unified, they just did a resolution to open up the campuses to the school community. So I did bring you that news release, and Sabrina probably knows about it. But anyway, it's all about giving kids a safe place to be on the north and on the south, so they're not playing in a back alley, especially in cities with few parks. And I'll just tell you a little quick story. My friend Carrie Weisel, I actually met on a weekend at Loma Vista School when it was opened. We met outside on the field, and our kids were the same age. Our kids became friends. We had developed a relationship. Years later, she became the treasurer at Ventura High for our PTA because I had a relationship, and she was willing to step up and serve because of that. And then now her husband has a health issue, and now I'm able to help with that. But again, that relationship started in a spontaneous way, just by being a member of a community. So I really advocate to do everything you can to help create a healthy community. We'll have a safer world, we'll have a happier world, and we'll have a more connected world. Thank you.
Thank you, Cherie. And now, Ms. Holliday.
Hello, good evening. My name's Ina Holliday. I'm going to be speaking as a parent. I'm going to address item 15C on the agenda. Part of school safety includes the supervision of students on campus. I am concerned about my 11th grade son being unsupervised for over an hour before school starts because of how early the school bus picks him up and drops him off at school. The school bus picks him up around 6:52 a.m., even though the scheduled time for his pickup location is 6:57 a.m. The bus makes one more stop before dropping him off at school. We live about a 10-minute drive from the school, Buena High School, so we reasonably estimate his drop-off time to be between 7:05 to 7:10 a.m. School does not start until 8:30 a.m. and not until 9:30 a.m. on Fridays. He has to wait for over 2 hours unsupervised on Fridays for school to start. When my son leaves the house to go to school and gets on the school bus, the school district is liable for whatever happens to my son until he gets off of the school bus after the end of the school day. Anything that happens to my son while on campus is the school's responsibility. Therefore, if something happens to my son while he is waiting for school to start, I consider the school responsible. I do not feel my son is safe waiting for over an hour and over 2 hours on Fridays at an unsupervised high school campus. Students should not be waiting for more than 20 minutes for school to start, especially unsupervised. I didn't go to school in California. I went to school in Albuquerque, New Mexico, where all elementary schools started at 9 a.m., all middle schools started at 8:30 a.m., and all high schools started at 8 a.m. The Albuquerque public school system was able to provide bus transportation for all schools where students did not wait for over 20 minutes for school to start. I remember because I rode the bus all throughout middle school and high school. Albuquerque is much larger than Ventura. When I lived there were hundreds of thousands of people. And New Mexico had and still has a much smaller educational budget than California. If Albuquerque Public Schools could provide efficient bus transportation for all of their students, I don't understand why Ventura Unified School District has not figured out a way to provide efficient bus transportation for all students. The extremely long wait time is a safety issue because the students are unsupervised. Teenagers don't always make responsible decisions. Their minds are still developing. They are susceptible to adults who may want to take advantage of them. We have a homeless problem in Ventura, so I am concerned about a mentally unstable homeless individual approaching my son. I'm also concerned about gangs and gang members using the time before school starts for their activities. I'm also concerned about other teenagers causing trouble because they are bored. So troubled teens do not have a responsible way to spend their time will come up with troublesome ways to spend their time. So I do not want my son to become a victim of something that should have been easily prevented. So as a parent, I respectfully request the board to look into this issue and please get back to me on it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And I do have your contact information here, and I will pass it along to the superintendent's office. Great. Is that it for public comment? Okay, well, thank you. This brings us to our action items. Action item 14A is request for approval of a revised course for pre-calculus. Dr. Bayless.
Thank you very much, President Rodriguez. Board, Dr. Castro, I'm pleased to be able to bring this to you. And this request for approval is supported by our high school administration counselors, math teachers, also our mathematics secondary TOSA, as well as our secondary director. And essentially just retitles the course as an AP course. It doesn't change the book. It doesn't change the course content. And what it does is it'll give students an honors bump and allows them the opportunity, the option of taking the AP course at the end of the year so that they can have the opportunity to potentially pass and earn college credit. So I'm happy to answer any questions about our course sequence, but again, this wouldn't affect our course sequence. There's no new curriculum needed. It's just a recoding and a retitling to offer students more opportunities.
I have a question. And it doesn't directly relate to the course reclassification, but I'm just curious. So now kids would have the opportunity to take the AP course. How do we share information with families and students around the difference between, say, taking pre-calculus AP in high school versus taking pre-calculus at VC, and the advantages or disadvantages of each of those, right? Because on the one you could get the honors bump, which is helpful. On the other one, you actually get more college credit for taking it, and just helping families kind of navigate those differences, because as we add more AP titles, it becomes a little more confusing.
Yeah, it's a great question. Much of that happens through our counseling departments, of course, and it happens directly with students as the counselors go and make presentations in students' classes. And we also have our course directory, which I think includes some of this information that's actually recently been enhanced to offer more information about dual enrollment as that other option that you're talking about. If you're suggesting that there could be a very simple table of pros and cons between, that's not something, that's a great suggestion, and I'll get to work on that right away. But that does happen through our counseling mechanisms and through our course directory and other things that get sent home from the sites to parents during the course request period.
Thank you.
Share something. So I actually brought it today, and this is not a public exhibit, but this is from our daughter's counselor from Ventura High School, Counselor Frias, and is that right, Sonia? Mm-hmm. And she actually does do a pros and cons of dual enrollment. So I opened it up last night, I clicked on the link, and she communicated a handful of other things that we were actually questioning and kind of trying to determine about types of courses to be taking for 9th grade, 10th grade, and 11th grade, as well as summer school options. So I had personally never seen this type of communication. It was really, really helpful. And we printed it, and we are going to have a family meeting about it.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that was produced at Ventura High School, I think, last year, and it was shared amongst all the counselors, and really helpful. So we do have materials. I hope I didn't misspeak. We do have materials, but something very simple. Unfortunately, it isn't perfectly simple to weigh the pros and cons, but nonetheless, I think our counselors do a great job.
Thank you. So this is a first read, but we do have the option of taking action tonight if no one has any concerns.
I move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Bayless.
Thank you.
So item 14B, approval of amended Measure E Citizen Oversight Committee bylaws.
Good evening, board members. So part of the Measure E bond that was passed required, the board adopted a resolution establishing an oversight committee, and the initial bylaws were brought to you last board meeting, and with your feedback and changes, we are bringing this back to you tonight, taking your feedback into consideration. And so the attached document has the bold and highlighted sections of the verbiage that you'd like to see, like expansion of the committee to 7 to 11 members. And so we're recommending for you guys to approve the bylaws tonight.
Great, thank you. Questions, comments?
Thinking over there. So as far as like looking at section 5.1, that was a discussion last time, was should we increase the number to 11? Is that dependent on the committee? The committee makes a decision, or do we have to make that, or do we approve it as a board? I just want to know the process with that.
So this says the committee shall consist of at least 7 and up to 11 members appointed. And I believe the board gets to, as long as you guys meet that criteria of, that you guys set forth of selecting one, within each, I forget what is it, the trustee area, yes, you got it. You have the ability to go up to 11 members.
Thank you.
No problem.
It's just a comment, but I appreciate on 3.1 about adding instead of the either, but it's basically ensuring that all official communication of the committee to the board bond subcommittee and the board or the public shall come from the chair acting on behalf of the committee. So it's very, very specific. It's not an either or. So I appreciate that wording. I actually wasn't here at that meeting, so thank you for that.
And one of the bits of information that was shared is some of the direction that we had given wasn't consistent with Ed Code. So those changes were made based on advice from our legal counsel. And to the extent possible, the board's input was taken into account. But we want to make sure, obviously, that we're consistent with what exists in Ed Code. And these new bylaws are consistent.
If there's no more discussion, I'll move approval.
Second.
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And thank you very much for that work, Mr. Mirza. Item 14C, modification of the calendar for school years 22-23 and 23-24. This is exciting because we get to add the new federal holiday of Juneteenth to our calendars. So, Ms. Wolowitz.
Yes, very exciting indeed. So when we previously had approved this current school year calendar and next year's calendar, that was not yet a state and federal holiday. And so we have an opportunity to bring this to the board for this modification. And we worked closely with the associations, both VUA and VESPA, for this proposal to you this evening.
Yes. Interested in what the cost is to us, because I know that when we add time, we lose labor, basically. I mean, because they're getting another day off, which is good for them, but what would the cost be to us?
Most of our classroom teaching assignments, so most of our classroom teachers are not employed on that day. The high school teachers, most of the staff there their last day of work is that Friday prior. It's typically this year, I believe, the Monday after the last day of school, which is Thursday. And so much more limited scope for our certificated employees. And for our classified employees that are 12 months, it would be an additional holiday. And we had actually, as part of the negotiations process, had agreed to this as a paid holiday. So I think we would have to get the exact cost to you in a Friday
Well,
letter.
I guess that's what I was asking. Who
Yeah.
who all is affected? Are you saying that our
Classified-
10-month classified employees aren't getting the holiday?
Our 10-month would not be assigned to work on June 19th, so it's going to be our 12-month employees, like Ms. Wallowitz said, and our 11-month employees who work through June 30th.
Thank you.
I move to approve. In capital letters.
I second this one in capital letters.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes, in
And
capital letters.
Thank you. And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes, thank
Motion
you.
carries 5-0.
Thanks, Ms. Wallowitz. Item 14D, Ventura Unified School District and VUA Memorandum of Understanding, addition of positions to Article 17. Ms. Wallowitz.
This is another exciting opportunity for us in Ventura Unified. So we, in collaboration with VUEA, have approved, have a tentative agreement to add girls wrestling, competitive cheer, and girls flag football. It is now, as it is now a recognized CIF sport, to our payment for coaches. So this is an MOU until we have the opportunity to formally add it to Article 17, where all of our other pay stipends are. And so as soon as that article becomes open again, we would add it to a permanent structure if approved this evening.
So when would we envision having teams?
The teams begin for girls flag football for next season, for fall, for all of these positions.
Well, this is great. I mean, this is a great opportunity to add more athletic options for our female students, and it's definitely helpful that we can come into greater compliance with making sure there's parity. So thank you for this work.
And I don't know if you saw, sorry to interrupt you, but I don't know if you saw in the Super Bowl, there was actually a commercial for this, and it was pretty moving.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, item 14E, consideration of resolution 2308 regarding release of temporary certificated employees for next school year. Ms. Wallowitz.
Yes, so each year we employ a number of temporary employees based on filling positions that we have current permanent employees who are out on a leave or assignments that are temporary in nature. And so when we hire those employees, they're hired for a one-year contract that ends at the end of the school year. And this is a resolution to take formal action on those contracts.
Board members, do you have any questions? Thank you. I appreciate the description. And I know these things are, although routine, it's always scary for our employees. And so appreciate the sensitivity with which both of your offices carry out these sorts of transitions.
If I might add that these employees will also receive an opportunity for reemployment and a process that will be communicated to them so that we, if possible, have an opportunity to reemploy them in future years.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, was that a
No,
second?
sorry, yeah,
I
sorry.
apologize. Vote as follows.
my
Trustee
God.
Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Item 14F, the investment banking agreement by and between VUSD and RBC. This is regarding the sale of our general obligation bonds. Mr. Mirza.
Yes, so this is a contract with RBC Investment Firm as we gear up to issue the first series of bond. March 14th, you'll see a resolution that comes before you, and part of that process is selecting an underwriting firm. And so myself and Dr. Barstad were thoroughly impressed with this firm. They're rated #1 underwriting firm. They have history working with the district and know the ins and outs of the district that will assist us in preparing our credit portfolio when we go out to sell to our investors. So that kind of gives an extra leg up to this firm. Their fees were very competitive as well when looking at comparable markets, and their references were nothing but good remarks about this firm. So we bring this to you tonight in hopes that you would approve the agreement so we can move forward with the issuance process.
Do they work with any neighboring districts as well, or just with us? Like,
They do. So on their statement of qualifications, it lists several neighboring districts. And so part of the reference checks was to contact those individuals. Yes.
I had a question. So the fee is based on the total bond amount, but is it done in phases?
So each bond is issued in a series, right? So the first series, we're estimating about 115 million. So their percentage is 0.035%. So it won't exceed. It's not to exceed approximately 400,000 for the first series of issuance.
I know you said it's a competitive rate, still seems like a lot of money. Because when I did the calculations for the whole amount, I was like, wow, okay, so like 1.5 million that we're talking about in total fees.
Maximum.
For the bonding. So, okay, thank you. Other questions?
Thank you so much, and I appreciate all of the supporting appendix and documentation. So, in looking at the proposal that was shared for this particular organization, can you just share with me what does an underwriter do, just in the most plainest, simplest terms?
Yeah, so they assist in the issuance of the bond, meaning any preparing bond purchase agreements, any preliminary and financial statements, preparing our portfolio to our investors to be able to sell the actual bonds and receive money for the district to implement the projects. And so that's their main purpose.
Okay, great, thank you. And I'm seeing here, so we went through an RFP process, correct, to identify?
We selected this firm out of several, yes. It's a yes.
Okay. And I'm looking through, and I'm just kind of looking at the scope of the different bonds that are still local, but it looks like ours is significantly different as far as value. The most comparable, I believe, under their recent and notable RBC financing for SoCal K 14 issuers is about 115,000 that they shared. 115 million. Oops. So I'm just wondering, what's their game plan in dealing with a bond that's close to $500 million?
Well, they take it in. So currently they're ranking as #1 as far as the managers for underwriting firms. So they have enough capital capability to handle this size of project.
Okay.
And so, yeah, you see, I believe you're looking at the second page of the statement of qualifications. And
page 3.
Page 3, right?
At the end.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And so one of the largest sizes is about 115 million. So, yeah, this is a lot larger in scope, but comparable to the other firms, this was rated the highest.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Are they prepared to purchase any bonds that we don't sell on our sale date, and
yes,
then restructure those to sell to others? Okay, thank you.
But the hope is we don't have to do that. Right? Yeah.
We're gonna put bond.
Yeah.
And, being the new guy, can you explain the bond process, for me and
Yes, so
and the public as well?
So part of the bond process would be, like we said, once we select the underwriter firm, we're working with our bond counsel, which help develop the oversight bylaws per se. And so we decide, working with Terry, our facilities director, and looking at our facilities master plan, how much initial issuance dollar amount that we need. We call it seed money. What we can, what we can project to get our projects pretty much in design phase, get them through DSA, because right now we don't really have initial ideas of actual cost of what these projects are going to cost us. So this first phase will hopefully get us through building the design and giving us an idea of exactly what these projects will cost. And then we'll come back at a second round of issuance of actual projected cost of what it's going to cost. And then the third or fourth round would be just the surplus of money that's sitting there just to close out the projects.
Thank you so much.
And I just had a question about the rate. So when you say it's a competitive rate, so the people that has a $115 million bond, is our rate significantly lower than theirs since it's about 3 times as much?
I don't know what they specifically charged those other individuals because it's based on the size of the bond, right? So 115 million, your percentage rate is going to be, that's your total bond. So basically, if you're going to issue that 115 million in multiple series, you'll have individual rates that that company would charge. So to say the total for the 115 million is costing us 400 million, that's what it costs that particular school district in totality for their whole entire bond.
Yeah, I guess my question was normally the bigger the bond, the lower the percentage rate would be. I was wondering, do we know at all with the percentage rate of the other?
With our competitors, yes, but not with our other local schools.
Not the local schools.
No, we don't have that information.
That information not available, or?
No, it was not available. Yeah.
For the other ones.
Yes, but these other firms that we did do our underwriting due diligence with, they had nothing but positive things to say about the firm, as far as customer service, how they were responsive to the needs of the district, and how they walked through every step of the process with the district.
Okay.
Because part of the process is going to in front of the creditors to present your financial statements, and that would be after the resolution is approved. Pretty soon, myself and the superintendent would have to analyze our risk and try to establish a credit rating for our district. And part of that process would mean going in front of the investors and presenting to them our financials, meaning our second interim, our audited financial statements, and reviewing those projections.
And if I could just jump in there, Mr. Mirza, I was waiting for us to get to this part of the conversation. What I hear from the board is wanting to make sure that we are being fiscal stewards, right? We want, one of the opportunities that we have ahead of us based on some of the direction that the board has given us is to really shore up our finances. So can you just talk about how we're positioning the district to make the most of our interest rates and in that credit evaluation process?
So that was one of the reasons that we selected them, because they've had history working with our county and our taxpayers here. As you see in their profile, it kind of shows we've had some bond refinancing. So anytime the interest rates dropped, they would contact us and assist us through the process of refinancing to help save the taxpayers additional funding. And so.
Do you know if they're recommending that we insure the bonds to guarantee those that loan us the money get their payment back? Just help sell the bonds sometimes.
I don't have that information off the top.
We'll get that in the board memo. Thank you.
Great. So this is a first read. If we have questions, we could bring it back, but obviously there is a time factor to this, so it would be great to move on this today.
I'll move approval.
And I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Danneberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
I have one more question to ask. I know it's already approved and it's not contingent on that, but I'm curious, just out of curiosity's sake, the scope of our bond in comparison to other clients that they serve. And a part of that, and I see here in the resolution, it's very outlined of what they will do for their scope of service. But I'd also be very curious to see, I am assuming we are one of the larger, but as a large client, in as far as financial components for the bond, is there additional services that we may be receiving? And if so, what are those? For example, I know that some of our future board items coming down in the agenda is around bond updates, but is there something that they can help with our own resources to offset with their own personnel to help our bandwidth is something that I'd be very interested in as well. Just learning about. Of course, I'm only 1 in 5.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Okay, so this brings us to item 14G, which we have seen many times, and it's just our ability to continue to have the option of virtual meetings.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Oh.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Danneberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Okay,
Can I make another comment?
Can I stop you?
No. Oh, I don't know. We went over this, didn't we? The authority, equal power. Thank you. Thank you, Calvin. But she does have the gavel.
Did she bring?
She brought it. She brought it. I don't think she's allowed to hit me with it, though. So, but I wanted to ask if we can continue to look at hybrid options for this virtual. I know we are looking into it and discussing it, but for not only in-person board meetings, but also for our committees for access and accessibility. Thank you.
Just for the benefit of the community, yes, we continue to look into that, and we will continue to do so. Thank you.
Okay, this brings us to item 15A, our update on K-12 interventions. Dr. Bayless.
Thank you. It brings me great pleasure to let you know that I will not be presenting this item by myself, but I'll have a wonderful team. It's interesting that they're sitting on the periphery. They're not peripheral to interventions by any stretch. So feel free to stay there and be comfortable if you'd like, but I just want to make sure I get a chance to introduce everyone. Just maybe you can wave from behind the pillar there. So a lot of people obviously are involved. This is center of the lane stuff for ed services, interventions, and so many people are involved. So I just want to thank and honor those people who contributed. So Bobby Powers, Director of Secondary. Maria Elisa Ras, Director of Student Support Services. Cheryl Burns, Assistant Director of Student Support Services. Are they waving? You checking just to make sure they're waving? Dr. Laurel Dawes, Expanded Learning Director. She's not here. She's in Sacramento. But she is? She's there. Oh, you're back. Welcome back. And our intervention TOSA, Gladys Garcia Diaz, and our elementary multilingual learner support TOSA, Maricela Aguilar, and our secondary multilingual learner support TOSA, Carlos Sanchez. Thank you very much for all your contributions to this. Okay. Before I turn it over, if you can go to the next slide for me, before I turn it over to Sol, who will, and go one more for me, that was just for the benefit of reading it in advance. I just want to outline for you, again, prior to Dr. Molinar talking to you about our elementary interventions, academics specifically, and our multilingual interventions. This is our tiered model, and this is the state-approved model. This is the research-based model that applies to all of the facets of our interventions, whether they're behavioral interventions, or academic interventions, or mental health interventions. And you may have heard of this, sometimes referred to as response to intervention pyramid, or RTI squared. Now the phrase is multi-tiered systems of support to demonstrate there's tiers to levels of intensity of intervention, and obviously the systems part is the fact that it's not just academics, it's also behavioral, it's also mental health, et cetera. So a good system, a good model that we're always striving for has clearly established data, criteria, and processes by which students move up and down in and out of those tiers, and which personnel are responsible, et cetera. And obviously that tier 1 is critical for everything we do. That's what students get. A common saying that is still true that I remember saying to my staff as a principal is we all are teachers of English, independent of what subject you teach. And that's the same thing for intervention too. We are all intervention teachers. So we all provide that first level tier 1 intervention support for students. Okay, so that is the model. So I'm going to turn it over to Sol. Thank you very much, Dr. Molinoff, for being here, who's going to walk us through the elementary academic and multilingual interventions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bayless. Good evening, members of the board. We're going to look first at our elementary academic interventions and focusing first on what data do we use to determine those intervention placements. And so you'll see we have each of our testing windows, and we focus on really our district assessments, which includes our MAP growth data in reading and in math. We're also looking at MAP fluency data in reading, and also our basic phonics skills assessment and our oral reading fluency at K1. So with that first information, with that data, how do we respond to it? We have at least one intervention teacher per site. Each school determines the area of focus based on the data that they have, whether their focus is going to be on reading and or math at their site. Teachers and principals analyze the data that they have to make those intervention support decisions. The intervention teacher will support small groups of students for 30 to 40 minutes with a focus on foundational skills, and parents are notified about intervention at the start and then at the end of the 6 to 8 week of supports.
Okay, I had a question on the 30 and 40 minutes. Do they pull the kids out of the same classroom for that 30, or is it all multiple classrooms? It'll
be multiple classrooms just based on their data. So who are the students who have the need? They will pull them from various classrooms, usually during a small group instruction. So if they have daily 5 or other small groups, it's a time when they're not going to be missing core instruction in the classroom.
Okay. And that 30, 40 minutes, that's daily or weekly?
Daily.
Daily, gotcha.
And so we'll have a teacher provides those tier 1 supports initially with those students who they feel need those extra supports in the classroom. After about 6 to 8 weeks, if they still feel like those are not enough, then they will take those scores, their teacher recommendation to the intervention teacher, and then receive the tier 2 cycle of intervention supports, and then they'll reevaluate again at the end of that cycle.
How are they determining who gets the intervention?
So we will look into that
Okay.
closely in the next few slides. So you'll see exactly what the data is, what are the specific cut points in order for a student to be eligible to participate in intervention.
And is there a process perhaps for parents if they feel that their child or student, if they don't meet those criterions, and it can be absolutely a future question to be answered, that parents could possibly almost request?
So parents could make that request to their child's teacher, and that could happen during parent conferences. It could happen through an email. And I think they would take all of that into consideration, considering the various needs they might have at the site. So once we have our students participating in intervention groups, we look at progress monitoring. So as they're moving through those intervention cycles, how are we measuring if they're making progress while they're in there? And so we use curriculum-based measures Throughout the intervention cycle, these measures are brief. They target the skills that were the focus for intervention. And intervention teachers assess students every 2 weeks with these measures. And so for Sunday, we use mastery checks in Pacific Learning. They have volume tests. So really just looking at what are those specific skills. Are students making progress from where they started? Are they ready to exit intervention, or do they need to continue with another round or different type of Tier 3 intervention? We use the universal reading screeners as well, so the BPST, high frequency words, and the oral reading fluency, and our MAP reading fluency data. These measures are given 3 times a year to measure growth in reading and the effectiveness of the intervention they've participated in. And so they help us, like I mentioned, to determine who's ready to exit intervention, who continues to be at risk. Here you see the elementary intervention entrance and exit criteria. So like I mentioned earlier, we have those cut points. So that's the score for trimester 1, trimester 2, and trimester 3. We're looking at students who are at the strategic and intensive areas there. So those students who are scoring in those strategic and intensive areas to participate in reading intervention. This one focuses on K1, and you'll see there the cut points for kinder and then also for first grade.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to get too much in the weeds, but can you describe those assessments? I know it's the BPST, it's the phonics, but just for us in the committee. Yeah.
So the teacher would administer this test one-on-one with students at the beginning of the year. The window opens up for this assessment in August. So they sit one-on-one, go through the sounds, and the student responds. And then also we have a list of high-frequency words. Once the student has participated in intervention, we look at, at the end of that cycle, are they ready to exit? So are they making progress at end of that 6 to 8 weeks of that Tier 2 intervention? We're looking at, are they performing at those universal or the strategic ranges? Are they reading at the 50th percentile or above based on their MAP growth reading? Or are they also exceeding their projected growth in MAP growth reading, and then also teacher observation? This is at grades 2 through 5. MAP reading fluency basically gives us those groupings for us. So it will flag students who need support in specific foundational skills. So it might flag them for phonemic awareness. And so that will be an area to focus on in the intervention groups, or might be listening comprehension, or understanding complex sentences. So the intervention teacher has access to these reports. They're able to sit down with the principal, look at what are those flagged areas, and be able to make groups for intervention.
I'm sorry, what does MAP stand for? Just for our knowledge.
Oh, gee.
Sorry. I know, he asked me and I didn't.
Gladys, do you know?
Okay.
Oh, we got it.
Gotcha, thank you.
Measure of academic performance. We've always fondly called it MAP. Our friend MAP. Yeah. So here's just some of our case data. Our overall students receiving intervention at this time for reading, 584 students at this point. Of those 584 students, 163 of them are multilingual learners. Students receiving intervention for Spanish reading right now is approximately 42. We have not been able to find Spanish reading intervention teachers. So we have gone, this whole first half of the year, and finally now both Montalvo and Will Rogers will begin reading intervention in Spanish. So we'll have more information toward the end of the year. Students receiving intervention for math is 221 at this point. Of those 221, 34 of them are multilingual learners. Students that have exited intervention this school year, 151 at this point. And multilingual learners, out of those 151, we have 26.
Do you happen to know how different those numbers were before COVID and now after COVID? Do you know if is there a huge difference or is it about the same?
So I would say, and I'm sure Gina can concur, before COVID, we really didn't have this type of strategic intervention that we do right now. And I think, we are constantly evolving as far as how we're able to hone in on the data, really keep a close look at students' progress, how many students are participating in intervention. So we are, years beyond where we were before COVID.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Molinar, I was going to ask, first, just a comment. I was at a school today, and again, an intervention teacher talked about how much they love Sunday and how great a tool it is. And, I love that we have adopted that and that it seems to really be doing its job. The question I had is, because of our ELOP opportunity for students, are we prioritizing the students who are being identified as needing intervention in the extra spaces that we have in ELOP that are not dictated by kind of the strict categories for that? And then are we seeing greater gains in students who are having those extended exposure to school?
The learning opportunities. I don't have the data right now as far as students who are participating in let's say intervention or these types of foundational skills in the Extended Learning Opportunities Program. I will say that we do extend into ELOP, and I'll allow Dr. Dawes to jump in if she would like to, but I do know that we have facilitators in ELOP who are running, small groups of Sunday led groups with that curriculum. And I know also our multilingual progress monitors are working closely also with ELOP in order to provide supports, academic supports for our students who are participating there as well.
And President Rodriguez, I just wanted to mention too that especially with Director Kranzler in the room here, but prior to his arrival, I did work with the Technology Services Department on ways that we can answer exactly that question about ELOP attendance and participation. And we also now have improved our ability to track students in intervention, because we have that as a field in queue. So we can do studies now to determine whether or not those two interventions, and we really do see ELOP as an intervention, if they're producing the kind of gains that we expect to see. So we should have that report by the end of the year.
Yeah, because I think as we look at these kind of multiple layers of services that we're able to offer to our students, particularly those who have really struggled post-COVID, right? Like, it is a great opportunity to be able to layer on services and then see, are we seeing the benefits of those things that we hope we'll see, and then prioritizing future resources based on those outcomes.
And I'll just take this opportunity to add, since Dr. Dawes is here, and I don't know when you'll be coming up, feel free to reinforce this, but when we were initially conceptualizing how our new ELOP process would look, this was one of the benefits of having an instructional leader taking over ELOP specifically. Dr. Dawes was tasked with and completely just welcomed the challenge of incorporating reimagining what our after-school learning spaces look like and feel like. So feel free to reinforce that as we go through, because it goes back to this initial question of what's different from a couple years ago to now. One of the other things that's different is as we bring on ELOP partners, we are asking them to join us in our vision for how we want our expanded learning opportunities programs to function. And that's a little bit different than potentially how those relationships were structured before.
So now looking at our intervention and supports for our multilingual learners, a focus first on elementary multilingual progress monitoring. So again, just to revisit, we have a progress monitor at each of the sites, and they help, along with partnering with our district progress monitors, completing the progress monitoring form twice a year at the elementary level for all multilingual learners to really monitor their progress, their access to interventions, and that happens in the fall and spring. We work closely with principals at meetings, either at our principal meetings or personally at their site to really analyze their data. So after we get those multilingual progress forms back, we look at to see what the teachers have said. Are their students making adequate progress? Are they making adequate progress but still need intervention, or not making adequate progress and need intervention? And with that information, it's shared with principals. They can see specifically, bless you, they can see specifically who are the students, how many they have, and then we're able to collaborate together about how to provide those extended opportunities for intervention, either during school, after school, and then also professional learning with the staff. We've participated in PD for language objectives to be able to focus on access to core curriculum for our multilingual learners, and a focus on the LPAC task types. So meeting with teachers on how they can incorporate those task types into their daily instruction. Offering Lexia training to teachers, intervention teachers, and paraeducators who are working with small groups. Continue our LPAC PEP talks at the K-5 level, collaborate with our liaisons, and then also this year we've had a really strong focus in collaboration with our special education department and looking at our dually identified students and how are we monitoring their progress, and then also making sure that they have timely reclassification.
May I ask a question on that? I'm just curious. So roughly how long does it take from when we do those assessments to when that information circles back for a site leader to have the data and be able to then meet with their teachers to say, okay, here are the kids, or here are the, because I know, I'm sure it's much better than this now, but there was a time where it was once a year that we would get this information, and then we would take the test in, what was it, April or whatever, and then the data didn't get to our site leaders until seemed like November, right? Mm-hmm. And so then being able to really catch those kids up and implement something, you lost a lot of time. So I'm just curious, how has that improved with our new data systems?
So for LPAC, we've started testing in February. We'll continue testing through May. We start getting scores back probably with the students we started testing in February. We'll start getting scores back in the middle of May and then continuing into probably the end of June. So when principals return in the fall, in August, they really do have access to all of that information. And we've worked closely with Elevation to make sure that that LPAC information is there when we begin on our buyback days in August.
Dr. Molinar, can you just take a moment to connect the concept of our interim measures? So we went through in previous slides what we would consider to be interim measures versus some of these would be kind of like more summative measures. Can you talk about some of the feedback that we have with those interim measures and how quickly we get those results and how we can use that during the year?
So one of our interim measures is those progress monitoring pieces. And so those forms go out in October. We have about a 2-week window for teachers to be able to give us their responses to the progress monitoring, and then depending on trying to catch up all of the pieces, within a couple of weeks we're able to get that information into an Excel spreadsheet and then share that with the principals, and then be able to compare that data to the spring data when we do our second round of progress monitoring. Here we're able to look at, so this is just elementary, and one of the areas that we look at is comparing the summative LPAC overall proficiency level from previous years to the previous year to the most recent year. Here you see these changes in LPAC proficiency levels, and so if we look there, let's see at that higher bar, that's about 520 students who in that range had very little change or stayed the same at that overall proficiency level. And this really aligns with our LP data that was shared last time by Dr. Bayless, looking at kind of that moderate growth. And this is based on last year's, so 21, 22, LPAC scores. And then you'll see there are 228 students who stayed the same or made some growth, and then 52 who made, at least 1.6 to 3 levels of growth. And then others, though, about 11 students who showed a decrease in their overall level.
Yeah.
It's about a prior slide. I have it up here. I appreciate, and thank you so much for preparing this ahead of time. So I've already been through it once, but something kind of just stood out to me about the elementary progress monitoring. Sorry, let me look at the heading real quick. Is that the slide? One more. I wish I had it. It's numbered elementary multilingual progress monitoring.
The list?
Yeah, so it's on 11 of 40 on our PDF. Right there. No, it's not. Is that right? No. So this one's a little different. Oh, no, because it's up above. Got it. Okay. So E.P. Foster and Will Rogers, I'm sure there's a real simple answer, but why is it here? Because I do know that we have multilingual learners across the district. So why these two schools?
So we really focused on our schools that have a larger amount of multilingual learners and really looking at those, the overall proficiency levels. Where do we see a large amount of multilingual learners and who need the greatest amount of support?
Okay.
But we still give all of that information regarding the progress monitoring information. All of that is given to all of our elementary principals, and with an opportunity to walk them through how to look at it, what are the opportunities to be able to provide that additional intervention, and see specific students. You don't see Sheridan Way on there because this is pretty recent data and we're still in the middle of working with Sheridan Way to be able to provide those other pieces.
So those are kind of the main three for right now.
E.P. Foster, Will Rogers, and Sheridan Way.
Is there a, and maybe we can talk about this down the road, but is there a plan to scale this to throughout the district?
I think we can. I think we would really need to be able to share the wealth, and we can talk about that with our progress monitors. How can we work with our site progress monitors to be able to provide that additional support with some of our sites who have a smaller amount of multilingual learners?
Okay.
And I think it's important to note, too, that when we're looking at schools that have well, not so much funding as it is a more critical mass of English learners, the processes and the strategy for implementation changes a little bit between schools like that with those that have maybe a handful of identified English learners. The underlying processes and tools are the same, but the way that we go about addressing those needs can vary a little bit. So when we bring it back, that would be important for us to be able to show some of those distinctions.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
When you get back to the slide that you were on, I'm curious that the 11 kids who showed, they showed that they did not only didn't stay the same, they got worse. Because chronic absenteeism has been such a challenge this past year, like, is there overlap when we look at some of these students with other kind of challenges post-COVID in terms of not getting to school as often, or
yeah, I mean, when we would hone in on those 11 students, I mean, like you mentioned, there are multiple reasons why there might be a decline as far as results of COVID, life experiences, chronic absenteeism, and then I lost my train of thought there. Students with special needs. So I think there's a wide range of reasons. And this is also one moment in time, right? Like, this is one day. but still trying to make sure that we provide those pep talks. We help students recognize where they are in their proficiency levels, and then also kind of giving them those tips on how to put their best foot forward when they are taking the assessment.
Question, just as I'm kind of thinking through this. I noticed earlier it's at the choice, and I know we're working on SIPSAs, I know we're working on LPACs, I mean not LPACs, well LPACs, but working on our LCAP. I noticed that there was a choice between literacy and or math. And a lot of the things that we're looking at right now are designed for whatever populations, for whatever reasons that were selected, but literacy. And so I'm just kind of curious, why is there a choice?
So depending on the site, they might have some site funds that they're also willing to
So
dedicate.
they might do both?
Mm-hmm.
Got
Yes.
it. Okay, so right, like literacy is a priority,
Mhm.
and literacy is what some of the things that you are presenting on, but I did see earlier about the math, so that's a perfect explanation, is that?
Yeah. You'll have, not at most of the sites really, I mean, that really is our main focus, is the focus on literacy, early literacy. But you will have sites who will also dedicate an additional intervention teacher, hourly intervention, to be able to support math. Yeah. And you won't have a student who is participating in both because they just don't have that amount of time to be able to be out of the classroom for two. So really determining what is the greatest need for a student. Here we're going to look at our multilingual learner progress monitoring form data, so being able to compare that between fall and spring. This is from 21-22, so you'll see students who have made adequate growth in the fall, from fall to spring, and you'll see an increase there in the number of students making adequate growth in the spring. And then interventions needed, you also see an increase because in the spring of 21-22, we had even more students who had the multilingual progress monitoring form, because in the fall, we had a lot of our kinders that were still TBD. So we didn't have them yet with the progress monitoring form. This year, in 22-23, we were able to send a separate batch of progress monitoring forms specifically for kinder once we did have their initial assessment in there, initial LPAC. Did I make sense? Okay.
Basically, you're sharing that there was a handful of students that were in a kindergarten cohort that needed to have their initial assessments in order to determine their interventions that came along a little later.
Correct.
Around the second semester when the spring forms
For the
kind of captured them, and so that's why you see an increase.
So that was last year. This year is much better. We had a little delay last year in being able to assess students initially with the LPAC because of a state login.
glitch. Yep.
Yeah.
When you say, can you just, and I know I'm in this work as well, but I don't know what a multilingual learner progress monitoring form is. I don't know what the actual
form looks like.
Well, I don't know what that, I've never heard of that, I guess.
So this is a form that we created in Elevation.
So it's a Ventura Unified created form.
Correct.
Got
and
it.
so
Okay.
we look at the different language domains, listening, speaking, reading, and writing, asking teachers how are students making progress in each of those domains, asking them also what are the students' strengths, challenges, external factors that might be affecting their progress.
And do we use this form that's been self-created by Ventura Unified to help with the reclassification process? Is that why we basically created this form?
We created this form so that way we can have a chance, one, to be able to reflect on our multilingual learners in the classroom.
Okay.
So at 2 times at least during the year, we're looking at them and their academic progress in the language domains. We're looking at what are some of those external factors that we might be able to connect them to community resources, or connect with their family in a way to support them with mental health, chronic absenteeism, all of those pieces. And then also that helps us be able to respond to the site if we see that we have a large amount of multilingual learners who are not making adequate growth and have interventions or still need additional interventions. That's where we can partner with the site like EP Foster, Sheridan Way, Will Rogers, to say, okay, what are some extra areas of intervention or support that we could offer, whether it's professional learning, whether it's a connection with ELOP funds and providing interventions after school, whether it's going into the classroom and modeling lessons. It's a way for us to kind of monitor as well how to be able to respond in a timely manner.
And is this information all put into their student record? So we're capturing these forms and this data and this information so it's interchangeable in case students are migratory or...
It's all part of Elevation. So all of the form was created in Elevation. It's distributed through Elevation to the teacher. They respond, they fill out the form there, respond, and then our multilingual progress monitors then receive it, go through the flagged students or those who still need interventions. So they're quickly able to look at who's flagged, see who those students are, and then be able to connect with the site.
I'll just take this opportunity while you're processing. I can see you're thinking through the amounts. I just want to take us back over a year to where we were with the LCAP, and at the direction of the board and through the creativity of our staff and our site leaders and site instructors, the amount of supports and the level of integration of how we're handling this data and the utilization of this for the benefit of our students, and also it develops a level of not just collegiality among our educators, but a level of discernment to be able to see when do students need what skills and what is the intervention that needs that, has grown dramatically over the last 18 months, and we continue to refine that. So I think as you're hearing, I'm playing back in my mind like where we've come to you with like, okay, well here's what our progress monitoring looked like. Even that has evolved over since last year. And so Dr. Maloney, can you just talk about like pick 2 or 3 things that you've seen in the evolution of how we're serving our multilanguage learners just in terms of the monitoring process since last year?
So how we respond?
Yeah, just some things like
that have changed from
last year
to this year. One, just being able to make sure that we capture all of our multilingual learners each time we do the progress monitoring, being able to then take that data and then get it back to principals and teachers in a timely manner. I know last year, we got all of that data together, and before you know it, we were at the next round. And so last year that we weren't able to do that, but that was an important goal for us this year to make sure that we do something with that data, we're able to get it out to the sites, and then also be able to respond in a timely manner. Being able to do even more of our LPAC pep talks. I know last year, our first year, we were only focusing on, again, those large number of multilingual learners at a site. But I think, our multilingual progress monitors can probably have a better scope, but I feel like probably at least 75% of our sites have had a chance to have a pep talk with our progress monitors going out there and talking to students, connecting with them on a one-on-one level, and just hearing the response from teachers, from principals. What a great opportunity really that has been to connect with former multilingual learners themselves, and to be able to hear about just what the test looks like, celebrating being bilingual, and then also how they're focused on, learning a second language. So this is 22-23. This is fall data. Spring is still pending because we haven't reached that point yet. But you can see there number of students making adequate growth alone, number of students making adequate growth with interventions already. I think right there alone you'll see the difference between last year to this year, and then the number of students who are not necessarily making adequate growth and need additional interventions. Here we take a look at our secondary students and focus on multilingual progress monitoring. A lot of the same. I think just some of the additional highlights for our secondary students. Carlos Sanchez was able to work directly with our secondary sites and making sure that they had an onboarding process for all multilingual learners and their families at the start of the year. And I had a chance to go out to those different sites when they were happening, and it was amazing to be able to see our families there engaged, collaborating with site leaders, teachers, learning the lay of the land as far as, what are the expectations, what are graduation requirements, who they can connect to if they have a concern, what are the expectations for their students. So really just kind of getting this personalized experience before their students are even starting there on that campus. And that was a focus specifically on 6th and 9th grade families. Another highlight at our secondary sites is, in addition to our LPAC pep talks, Carlos is able to work, either he himself does this or he works with the site progress monitor to do the LPAC chats. And so these are for students who did not reclassify due to one of the criteria, or they were had a flag on their multilingual progress monitoring. So that was another intentional follow-up specifically with the students sitting there one-on-one, looking at the reclassification criteria, looking at the areas where they still kind of need that one bump, how to focus on that, how to support them, and building that relationship with Carlos. And then also, again, those students for the multilingual progress monitoring form at the secondary level, it is a focus on all multilingual learners who have at least one D or F in one of their content area classes. So a teacher will receive a request for a progress monitoring form if they have multilingual learners in their class who have a D or an F in that class. Yes, so we send out that form to the teacher. So it might be for a multilingual learner, let's say they have, 3 classes where they have D's or F's. So it's their language arts teacher, their math teacher, and science teacher. Each of those teachers will receive the monitoring form for that student.
Can I ask a quick question? For students who are both identified as ELD and SPED and reclassifying, do you typically reclassify students who are within SPED? Because typically they can't meet that reclassification typically. So do you push them through, or how does that process work?
So that's we're refining the process. What we have currently is that we've worked with our psychologists and also with the case managers to understand the criteria for reclassification, also understanding when we have a student with special needs who is also a multilingual learner, what are other ways that they could reclassify. So being able to talk about what's an alternate assessment for to demonstrate English proficiency. Are they performing at a similar level according to their peers with a similar disability, or English only peers with a similar disability. So right now we are working with special ed and then also looking at various other districts to see what is their reclassification model, what are their forms look like, so what is the whole process, so we can really nail down a much better process to reclassify students with special needs on a more timely basis. We've really evolved in that sense as well. Back in the day, we would go and sit at sites, and kind of pull the cumes and go through one by one our multilingual learners and have that discussion. So to be able to kind of streamline this is a huge success for us. And I know we're getting better and better every day. And then the final piece there is just students also have access to the Language Arts +1 support class at the middle school and high school level. Here is the same kind of information that you saw before with the overall LPAC level growth. So you'll see there those 99 students who stayed the same or made a minimal decrease. You have about 451 students who stayed the same or minimal growth, and then 282 students who showed at least 1 or 2 levels of growth. And
I'm just going to stop you
Yes.
here for a minute because part of our new norms for one another is that we take a break at 8:30 for a 5-minute just break. So we're going to do that now, and then we'll come back.
Great.
So we're adjourned until 8:45.
I'm so sorry. I feel terrible. In my mind, and then I realized.
Okay, we are back from being momentarily adjourned. Dr. Molinar, sorry for interrupting your presentation.
I think I finished out the multilingual learner piece. Really, this was kind of the final one about comparison of the English learner proficiency assessment. We also look at SRI scores, the Scholastic Reading Inventory, also the progress monitoring. So those are just all of the data pieces that we pull together and just really see the difference and the change over the year.
Great, thank you. I knew I kind of cut you short, and I didn't know if anyone had a question before we transitioned to secondary. Yeah.
So I just wanted to say I appreciate that everyone that comes up on the whole panel's team, when we ask questions, like, they have an answer instead of saying, I get back to you. And I think as a board, we really appreciate that.
Thank you.
I do have a question. So.
There you go. You're hot.
So, do you think, so I'm looking at the secondary, I'm looking at slide 17, thank you. Do you think this growth, like this 1 to 2 points, is this, when you look at this, are we happy with this? Are we satisfied? I mean, obviously it's a step from where we were before, because I don't really have any bearings on that other than when you give me the exciting reclassification data at the end of the year. So I'm just trying to kind of see, how are we feeling about this?
So I feel that when we think about, this is really our data coming back from COVID. So this was our first year coming back from COVID. This, we talked about this as a department. You know, this is after our just initial stages, that first year of having progress monitors, really nailing down the systems and procedures of reclassification, how we're progress monitoring, the beginning of pep talks. So just laying the foundations for what you're starting to see this year. So, you know, are we ever satisfied? You know, I hope not. We're always continuing to grow and expect even more. But considering all of those pieces, the fact that students are staying the same or showing some growth, I feel is positive. Considering coming back from COVID, just beginning setting those foundations, and we can only go, you know, one way from here. Hopefully it's up.
So
that's our focus.
Is that growth from where they were 6 months or whatever ago, or is it like, you know, as a you know, point whatever 4 in its you know, grade? So yeah.
So this is based on their summative score from the year before.
And I'll just take the opportunity to add a kind of contradiction, right? Last year, you saw us achieve tremendous growth in terms of the number of students who were reclassified. A lot of this work contributed to that. Conversely, we also still have, with the longer work of addressing the needs of the students who become our long-term English learners. And so, just as Dr. Molinar said, we've this new year will set a new baseline, because we will have achieved a lot of gains for identifying students perhaps who have been missed in that reclassification process. We'll have some new data to be able to analyze, and then we have the real work of Trustee Callahan. You mentioned earlier about kind of like students who are new to the district. We do have students new to the district from many different countries around the world, many different languages. Ultimately, however, many of our English learners are students who we have from the beginning of their academic career to the end of their academic career. And so that's that next phase that we'll be continuing to address.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Sol. Okay, we're transitioning to general secondary academic interventions, and you'll see a bit of a transition in how we talk about this. primarily because obviously the structure of secondary with its specific course-based systems and periods and departments just have different challenges, different opportunities and different challenges. And our first and primary intervention generally is our database course placement. And this is one of the areas that I think that we've really improved over in the last several years, is making very specific placements that are given to sites prior to or during the course request process, so that they can construct the master schedule based on a real clear understanding of where students are going. And so we still have this pyramid. We still have intensive ELA supports, and we sort of have mid-tier ELA supports with the plus support class for those students that qualify. And we are trying to increase the number and success rates of the kinds of interventions that we offer for math as well. And I've spoke before about the Math 1 Foundations course, which is a Math 1 class that's focused on students who didn't qualify for Math 1 in our traditional data processes, but who we're giving special attention to, special support and special teaching to, and they're being very successful. So that's the main thing I want to remind us of here. We are having successes in our piloting of new things. We're trying to refine the courses themselves. The ELA Plus support class is constantly being refined to try to better support kids for their grade level core coursework. So again, just as that is our first and foremost job, is to put students properly into their data-based courses. Now, it is a bit of a zero-sum game in secondary. If a student takes an intervention class, they are not an elective. And electives, very much so, are also interventions. We do believe in what our elective courses do in terms of connecting kids to school. So that is a challenge. And I think there was a question earlier about can parents request their children to take those classes? In secondary, most oftentimes we get waiver requests for them to not be placed in those courses, even though we've data placed them into these, which is understandable, but it is also a challenge if they're not on grade level, which puts them in a position of potentially failing their core courses that require a lot of, for example, reading and ELA, that then they're off track for graduation in high school.
Parents opt not to have their kids do the extra?
Some parents opt their children out of the intervention course that they're recommended for. That's correct.
Do we follow up and ask why? Like,
we do. There's a form, and there's a whole meeting that has to happen with counselors, and the form really is a reflection of the conversation that helps parents understand the risks that are associated with it. And if a student is not reading at grade level, let's say in middle school, and they opt out, again, against our recommendation, they have to sign a form knowing that they're going against our recommendations, and it outlines for them what the ultimate consequences are of being behind grade level in either math or English have once they get to high school level coursework and they fail those courses, and then they're off track for graduation.
Are there do you know some of the reasons why they say they don't? I don't understand why.
It's primarily so that they can have access to an elective.
So in middle school, if you have these, it's often a 2-period. You have a doubled up math or a doubled up English, which takes away your opportunity to have an elective.
Forgive me if I didn't explain that well. So in middle school, most of our middle schools don't have 7-period days. So you have all your core courses. You have physical education, you have science, you have math, you have English, you have history, and then you have an elective. So if you need that second dose of ELA or that second dose of intervention math, that comes at the expense of the elective. And that's why. So forgive me that I didn't explain that well.
Okay.
So that is a struggle again with the periods and the structure in secondary. It's ameliorated a little bit at the high school level, where we do have 7-period day options, where students can have an elective and also be in an intervention class. But it's particularly a challenge at the middle school level.
I think that really highlights, too, why the work that Dr. Molinar was talking about is so important, right? Because if you get kids in elementary school up to their reading level, then they can participate in all the wonderful things that our middle schools provide, right, in terms of enrichment and exciting activities, sports, and all those things. But it's harder for them to do that if they're behind in those. I was going to ask about class size. So are we able to, reduce class size at all in any of those
Yes.
intervention classes in middle school?
Yeah, if you go back one slide, Mr. Balke, thank you. In all of these courses, except maybe Math 1 Readiness, so ELA Intensive, ELA Plus Support, Math 1 Foundations, those courses are all kept at a smaller number. So where the average class size in secondary is about 35, oftentimes these are low 20s. So they're purposefully kept at a better teacher-student ratio for that purpose. Yep. Let's move on to the next slide here. This is I don't think you have seen this before. Perhaps in years past or in other presentations I've made, we've talked about credit deficiency, but I think this is the most detailed you've perhaps seen it by grade level. And by school. So we have a credit deficiency increase. More students are credit deficient now as a result of COVID. And that's because, of course, we had a higher DNF rate during the COVID years. And so we're working through that challenge in a variety of ways. And we've talked a little bit in the past about the possibility of increasing the number of students at Pacific High School. We've obviously grown the number of credit recovery slots at the summer school. We've done some other things. So I'm just going to move to the next slide so I can talk a little bit about credit recovery specifically. You heard Alex earlier talk about all the credits recovered at VASE, and that continues to be an important part of our credit recovery portfolio, and it's expanded. We also have Assets, which is our after-school program at Ventura and Pacific High School that also has a really strong credit recovery component where students can make up credits. We've had June Boost for the past several years in addition to our regular July summer school. And we also have funded with our one-time COVID monies full-time credit recovery teachers on VHS and BHS campus, which is, again, above and beyond what we traditionally have done. So those are really important additions that have taken place, but again, it's a very significant increase that we've had in credit deficiency in the past couple of years. We also are doing some things that haven't been done before, not because there's a prohibition against it, just because it was a tradition. You typically don't do concurrent English enrollments, but we're doing that. So if a student has fallen behind in credits in ELA, and they're also in a plus support class, for example, we can give them English credits toward the required English credits for graduation, whereas traditionally that would have been an elective credit. So it helps speed up their ELA credit accrual, which is one of the primary reasons why students fall off on-time graduation track is ELA. D's and F's. So this is something I'm really excited about. I want to give special thanks to Bobby Powers, the director of secondary. This was something that I had been working with Deidre, Pacific High School principal, and her team, and it was something that I just wasn't able to implement and get across the finish line earlier in the year. And she came in and within a week had developed a great plan for this prescriptive testing initiative. So what prescriptive testing is we have it in board policy where students can test out. We have it as a part of our credit recovery programs where students can pass a test at a certain level of proficiency, say 70%, demonstrating that they've learned the material even though they haven't passed the class, because a lot of times they didn't pass the class if their attendance was poor or if they didn't turn in homework or something else that affected their grade. So taking these Edgenuity prescriptive tests, which are just tests before you take the course, and if you score at a particular level, you can earn credits. And so Ms. Powers has developed a great partnership with Pacific High School and all the principals of our comprehensive schools and the teachers. I do believe the Pacific High School teachers are partnering with us, and I just got the memo this morning with a little more detail in this. It'll be some Saturday school events that we're going to offer and target specifically seniors who have a chance at graduating on time with some additional prescriptive test credit accrual. So these are some of the ways that we're trying to...
Dr. Bellis?
Yeah.
No. Go ahead, President Rodriguez. You had a question.
I was trying to jump in, but I just wasn't
so
fast
sorry.
enough.
I wasn't reading the room.
He saw me, kept trying to push my button. So I was curious, as I look at this, because one of the things that we learned from our conversations with the Pacific High School staff was about their use of prescriptive testing. And I'm curious about the restriction of that only to seniors.
You know what, Ms. Powers, you're welcome to come talk a little bit about this. Is primarily your initiative. It's not, I wouldn't say it's limited. It's primarily initially targeted, and then we're going to move on from there depending upon their capacity.
Initially targeting our seniors because they're the ones that we want walking across that stage this year. Okay. So that is what we are beginning. What we don't want to have happen is any students purposely fail a class and say, well, I'll just test later. So we really want to target the seniors this year. I think it's a great way to do it, especially because we have some that have failed like a 9th grade English class. Well, they've passed their 10th and 11th. They can probably test out of their 9th grade English class and get their credits and things like that. So we're concentrating for now on getting those seniors across.
The reason I asked the question is that we've seen, year in and year out that our freshman first semester D and F rate has really been a hurdle for kids. And as much as it's an academic hurdle, it's also just an emotional hurdle, right? Like I'm barely starting high school and I'm already not on track to graduate. And so it seems like a great opportunity to get those kids caught up and to have them feel like they can be successful and stay successful in high school rather than working from that deficit, right, their entire high school career.
We are on the same wavelength. I like coming into this, I was like, okay, we got to catch them before they're way behind. And so we're taking little steps here, and hopefully we'll come up with some solutions to capture those students before they get 30 credits behind or whatever.
The one thing I'll add that's important, we do have the value and the goal of increasing our A to G rates. So prescriptive testing is not A to G. So these are students that are just in danger of not graduating. And so if we have students that fail a course early on in their high school career, we really do want them to they can still be on track to graduate if they take that course in summer, and that summer course is A to G approved, and they can still have a shot at being A to G. But that's one of the reasons why we just need to be thoughtful about when and how we do it. Thank you very much, Ms. Powers. Let's go to the next slide and talk a little bit about some of the other kinds of interventions that we have in secondary. The advisory periods that we currently have at Buena High School and Foothill High School are really the MTSS periods of the secondary world. They're the opportunities for students to move around, for groups to be created, for teachers to bring in struggling students. And that's really the value of advisory periods. And I just want to commend Russell Gibbs and his staff at Foothill. They're revising and rethinking how they're doing BARC with some case, he's using some site monies and some one-time monies to pay for case managers to target struggling learners early and bring them in and create teacher-led intervention groups where that case manager monitors their progress and helps them connect with teachers to make up tests, etc. And so that's obviously one of the big benefits of having an advisory period. So we're looking forward to seeing how that case management pilot works at Foothill. We also have A to G rate grant improvement counselors, and those used to be the college and career counselors that are now funded by the A to G improvement grant. And they're doing things like reaching out to students that have either failed a course or have earned a D in a course, which passes but isn't A to G, and trying to help those students not only maybe remediate credits, but also remediate a grade so that they can stay on track for A to G. So we're, with their help, we're building in some A to G interventions, if you will. I think all of you are familiar with High School Flex. It's a form of intervention for students that might be leaving us or might be struggling with just being on campus or having participating in sort of the traditional comprehensive high school life. We give them the opportunity to go on independent study if they have a chance at being successful there, and they can stay for 1 or 2 classes, which keeps them connected to school. And we've had some really good success with that. This last area is an area of secondary academic intervention that I wish I could say is a strength of ours, but I don't think I can yet. I hope to be able to soon. We have AVID tutoring. We have AVID at all of our comprehensive schools. We have assets tutoring. We're obviously making headway with ELOP in 6th grade, but as you know, last year we tried to have this online 24/7 tutoring, and it wasn't something that kids, specifically for our struggling students, and it wasn't something that our kids engaged with. Really what the data and the research shows that the students respond to high-dose tutoring with certificated teachers, and it can be a tough ask for teachers to work extra hours and do tutoring after school. But nonetheless, we have had some successful programs in the past, and we hope to continue to expand those. But that has been a challenge, admittedly. Okay, I've mentioned this before, and this was brought to the board earlier in the year in the fall, and I'm just really pleased with how it's going, and we're going to find out very soon about the progress we're making in our first of 4 years in our partnership with Equal Opportunity Schools. And I do consider this a kind of an intervention in that we are specifically working with students who wouldn't otherwise have enrolled in an AP, an honors, or dual enrollment course at the high school, and working with the staff to basically invite them and welcome them and help them understand that their academic profile is that of a student that could be successful in these settings. So it is revising our systems. It's kind of an intervention for our systems. And all of our 3 comprehensive principals have been extremely pleased with the progress that they're making, and I hope to be able to report to you that our enrollment in these courses are more reflective of our overall school demographics at the end of the year when we can examine those rosters. But again, it is a 4-year process, and the consultant that we're working with says we're on schedule and even ahead of schedule, but sometimes it takes some time to change those systems. And obviously the co-teaching model that we have, this is all about chemistry between not chemistry the subject, but chemistry relationally between partnerships of special education and general education teachers. And this gives access to special education students to grade level standards and content area expertise by in our cases a math teacher and a SPED teacher, a science teacher and a SPED teacher, and we're hoping to expand these in the coming years as a form of intervention as well.
I got a question real quick. How many co-taught classrooms do we currently operate, and how many do you think will?
We currently have 2. We started the year with 4, but for a variety of different challenges, one of them we struggle. They work optimally when you have a common prep period for both teachers where they can work together. And we struggled to make that for one of the partnerships, and that's one of the reasons why it didn't go forward after the end of the first semester. So we started with 4, we now have 2, and we have principals that are working and investigating potential productive partnerships for the coming year. So my hope is that we can have at least 1 at all of our comprehensive middle school and high school sites next year.
And generally for those students in SPED that are, that are selected, how's that selection process usually work? And it's RSP, right, the resource program?
Yes.
Yeah.
And in talking with Executive Director Neil Varani today, we talked a little bit about that, and that is a process through the IEP as a setting, and Neil, feel free to come on up here and join me if you'd like to answer these questions. But yeah, it is, obviously the students are identified for the course, whether it's math readiness or science 7, and then the placement would be written into the IEP. Take it away.
Yeah, so we were just talking about the difference in the service delivery model and the placement. So if a student in our traditional secondary system is receiving RSP service, the way that it's been implemented up until now has been in a separate classroom. So the IEP team would decide that that was the most appropriate placement. Moving forward into more inclusive settings like this, the IEP team would also decide that the general education classroom is the most appropriate place to receive the service, and it will be the most effective service delivery model. So as meetings happen and we have these opportunities now and that offer is on the table in our district, more and more students will be able to access the least restrictive environment.
Thank you very much. Unrehearsed, unplanned. Thank you for coming up to the mic.
No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate that we're looking to expand that model, because it's, that's inclusive, that's being inclusive. So I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, we're excited about growing it, and I hope to be able to report to you that we have more than we have now. But again, we've had some successful partnerships this year, so we have a foundation to work with. Okay, I would like to welcome Maria Elisa Ras up here to talk a little bit about our mental health and behavior interventions. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Good evening, President Rodriguez and board members. And I just want to, today I'm going to be sharing with you the mental health and behavior interventions that we have in place to support all of our students in Ventura Unified. We do have our TK through 8th board approved research-based SEL curriculum, which is second step. And we have our K through 5 general education behavior team. This behavior team helps support our teachers in mitigating student behaviors. In addition to that, we also have student no contact contracts, positive behavior support plans, and of course, which are, it's not listed on here, are restorative justice practices as well. Our school counselors play a tremendous role in what we do in terms of mental health and behavior interventions. And we know that they are just so important in what we do. The ASCA model is what they follow, and a lot of what they have to do with the ASCA model has to do with data collection and yearly goal settings. They also work in collaboration to develop presentations to classrooms and students, and there's small group counseling and individual counseling that they can provide as well. And they also help with risk assessments with the administration as students are needing additional support. Our Student Assistance Program, or SAP counselors, in this particular program, I just want to mention that is currently undergoing an evaluation. Definitely, we're always trying to improve what we do. And they provide direct whole family intervention and support. Referrals, they also help with referrals to outside agencies and partners. We do have an important partnership with Ventura County Behavioral Health, Logrando Bienestar, Care Solace, and Interface, as well as others. And we have our VUSD, school social workers, who are clinicians and can provide therapy for those students that are our Tier 3 students that might need some support in the interim until we're able to get them connected to a provider that can support them. We have a wellness center currently at Ventura Buena High School, and have planned to add 2 more next year. One at Ventura High School and Pacific High School. Hopefully we'll be receiving an MOU this month, actually early next month. And we have our Student and Family Safe Center, which is located here at the ESC, and it's in partnership with Ventura County Behavioral Health, and any parent can access the services or student. So we're here to provide referrals to services, and definitely any additional support that any family might need in the district. Any
I'm
questions?
curious about the Student and Family Safety Center. That's fantastic and great. Where is that located? Is it
right here at the district, and it's right across from Gina's department. So not right across, but just a door down. And we have information that we've shared with the sites, but definitely we want to make sure that all families know that this is a service that's provided here at the district. So we have information on our website as well. in terms of the Safe Center. But yes, it's located here at the district office.
That's great. I hadn't heard of it, so I think that would be wonderful for maybe additional outreach possibly. But again, that's the how. So thank you. That's wonderful. Thank you for your
You're
report.
welcome. Any other questions?
Now, since we got back from the pandemic,
Yes.
this has been an area of impact,
Yes.
correct? So are we currently seeing a rise in these interventions, or is it kind of plateauing? I mean,
We are still have students that are having, I would say, definitely some high need for support. We have not seen a decrease. If anything, I think a lot of what we're seeing right now has to do with anxiety and depression. I think that's mainly what we're seeing right now. But at this point, I think there's still a need for that support. Mm-hmm.
And I just want to circle back to the earlier comment that I made about how all of us in general settings, teachers, counselors, et cetera, we're all intervention teachers. And if more of our students are experiencing needs that maybe would have been considered higher, more intense levels of intervention, that now becomes a part of what intervention is on a tier 1 level, if it's what a majority of students need, because that's really the definition at that first tier. If a majority of students need it, that's the tier 1 support that we provide. So there is a resetting of how everyone is contributing to serving students that all of whom have increased needs, whether it's credit deficiency or mental health needs, et cetera. So this really is a systems change for us.
And I'm not familiar with the Wellness Center. What's in the Wellness Center?
The Wellness Center is really the access point for students, and what they do is that they're able to be the hub for services. They can have providers that can provide mental health services to students. They're directly at the Wellness Center. They also work in terms of providing school-wide wellness initiatives for the entire school. So the Wellness Center is the hub for wellness, and and I hope I'm explaining this correctly. I'm trying to think what else they do, but definitely they work with different providers, and they have different multitude of initiatives that they support at the site. So it's more about providing supports for the entire school and making sure that wellness is at the forefront of some of the activities that are happening, as well as providing the therapy that might be needed for those students that have a higher level of need or need a higher level of care.
Trustee Peterson, if you walked onto a campus with a wellness center, what I see, it's a physical place where students can drop in if they just need kind of a chill-out place, or a chill-out chair, as it's called, or in some elementary settings. But they also do run those school-wide initiatives that Maria was talking about. Like sometimes there's like a hot chocolate day, and they set up hot chocolate where kids can come and get hot chocolate. I've seen them organize like a therapy dog day for the whole school, and they've also done things like during BARC at Buena High School, they've had wellness initiatives that all the school does during BARC time. So it's both a place for kids to drop in, and it's also someone who sort of coordinates wellness events school-wide.
So a student who's like having a stressful day can drop into the Wellness Center and talk to somebody right then and there.
Yep, that's right.
Or if a student needs a referral for mental health services, that can also be something that they can assist with. Mm-hmm.
And Maria, one of the original ways that these wellness centers were conceptualized was to broaden access, and so we enlisted the help of students to be able to spend the message, to share that message with their. Can you just talk a little bit about like the student role in that process?
I can talk a little bit about that. We have what we call our wellness peers. And at the site, they coordinate different events, school-wide events, and they also participate in training with the county. And I would say they are the leaders in terms of determining what are some of the initiatives that are happening at the site, what are some of the needs, and what are, I can give you an example of something that maybe was coordinated at Buena. They have coordinated classes even for yoga, or what are some of the ways that you can take care of yourself, or if you're feeling stress. So definitely working with them to find out what are the needs and what are maybe the groups that we need to either bring, or can we do something here at the site. And they're the ones that are helping also with the wellness events in terms of the fairs, the wellness fairs.
Are the wellness centers staffed by district employees or by people from outside agencies?
The wellness center is staffed by it's a district employee, and it's through a grant. We have a wellness grant.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh, sorry, go ahead. Dr. Betts, I have a cozy corner, so you're welcome to use that one too. In my classroom.
Alliteration is key.
Yeah, right, exactly. Second step is that, can you describe that a little bit? We're implementing that in my district. Is that something that the tier 1 talking about, or is that a?
Yeah, that is.
Sorry.
And Maria, you can follow up. Second step is an SEL curriculum for elementary and middle school, and it is designed to be tier 1. And it may have some tier 2 components to it, but it's designed to be sort of preventative, instructional, and mostly, I know that some people look at SEL, I'm not quite sure what that is. Social emotional learning, it's what sometimes was traditionally called character education, about kindness and respect, and but it's also more than that. It's about self-regulation and impulse control, and managing emotions and those kinds of things. So.
No, I thank you. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I was just going to add, going back to an earlier question, on this slide you'll also note that we have school social workers. When we think about one of the broad elements for the wellness centers, you talk about like broadening the message with students, but another portion of that is being able to address like clinical level needs, and that's in coordination with behavioral health. What we also, this goes back to like the level of need we still see across the district. It's one of the reasons we continue to really rely upon our social workers, because they help us understand what are those things that are kind of like typical and typical levels of development and working with counselors, versus what are those things within the individual or the family that consider like need a clinical lens. So I just want to make sure that we show like this is a broad scope of need, but we have right now another element of that, which that strong need for behaviorists. So the behaviorist, again, is someone who helps us understand, and I'm using the term clinical, but it's not necessarily the same application for the behavioral need, but someone who has the skill set and training to be able to address acute needs that are beyond the typical kinds of behaviors that we would see, especially among our elementary students and moving into middle school.
Do you also have high achieving students using the Wellness Center as well?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, home stretch here. A couple final slides. I apologize to Dr. Dawes, who I didn't even know was back in town. But nonetheless, this is your slide. There you are. I'd invite you to talk a little bit about ELOP and how we're really trying to move it towards true academic and social emotional intervention.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. It's a pleasure to be here. And just as my slide is at the end of the presentation, it's partly because expanded learning occurs at the end of the school day typically and goes until 6 p.m. every evening. We're at all 14 Title I schools in the district, elementary, middle, and high school. And at approximately half of those sites, it's literally half at elementary, half at middle, and half at high school, we have very focused, articulated intervention taught by teachers and or paraeducators or library techs. It varies a little bit site by site as to what that looks like, partially depending on student need and partially depending on staffing availability. We use the same formats that you noticed in the elementary as far as map growth. we measure with the same MAP growth in elementary sites. In middle and high school, it's more focused on the tutoring, and then in high school, of course, credit recovery. So we have credit recovery teachers, and we use Edgenuity for those. In all of our programs, we have academic supports, we have enrichment, and we have physical fitness, as well as the healthy snacks built into the programs every day. Oh, I could elaborate a little bit more. As far as the academic enrichment, I think it was mentioned earlier, have two of our fabulous multilingual TOSAs working on creating enrichment lessons for every month. We have a different topic. We are just wrapping up February, which was Black History Month, and financial literacy, which is something that is shown to close opportunity gaps for kids. And then we're moving into some science enrichment next month in March, and part of that is a precursor to plants and pollination and Chumash history, which will, we're taking all the kids on field trips to the Ventura Botanical Gardens, all the elementary students in these next few weeks. So I believe we have 17 field trips lined up because we take 60 kids at a time. So even though that may not be intervention per se, the enrichment, I think, actually contributes quite a lot to students' academic growth and development, as well as their social and emotional growth and development. And so we also provide daily focused SEL lessons. We base it on Leader in Me, and then we modify. So for example, at Atlas, which is already a Leader in Me campus, we amplify that a little bit, whereas at the other sites, we do more of a daily lesson, and then once a week, we do what we call the main lesson. And physical fitness, keep kids healthy and active, and then nutritional snacks as well.
Thank you very much. Dr. Dawes?
My pleasure. Are there any questions?
Yep.
Yes.
We're at the Title I schools right now. Are we expanding to other schools in the future that are not Title I, or is this just a Title I initiative?
Indeed. We plan on being at all 17 elementaries and all the middle schools, as well as continuing at the 2 high schools, Ventura and Pacific, in August of this coming year. So we'll be at 23 sites in August. Right now we're at 14.
Are we advertising that?
Yes, what we're doing is a needs assessment. After spring break, we'll send a needs assessment to all of our TK through 6th grade families, sort of explaining what it might look like and asking if they intend for their children to attend or not. Then we will build the programs on those numbers, so that, because it's going to be a significant amount of hiring. If anyone who's watching on YouTube is interested, our HR departments are hiring. Shameless plug, because we will need a significant influx of staff, and we have a lot of training planned for that as well.
I was just thinking about decline in enrollment, and so that might be a distinguisher of why people come back, stay, change districts to come to us. So I think that's fantastic. So you just came on a year ago, right? Maybe less.
Less.
5 months.
And this is a relatively new funding source. I know we're already in round 2, but to see this many sites up and having such a well-aligned curricula, I think that we need to be showcasing this across the state, and quite possibly looking at one of the Friday fire time chats at the state level, because this is really commendable. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Another question for you. When we expand to Juana Maria, we bus a lot of kids into Juana Maria. Or is there going to be busing to take them home at night if they take part in the program?
Yes.
Thank you.
We currently bus home to Elmhurst, but we don't just bus to Elmhurst, we bus to Pepper Tree, which is where many of the children live. So we do those situations as needed. In the case of Will Rogers, where the kids live near Sheridan Way, we bus them from Will Rogers to Sheridan Way in the afternoon, right after school, and then keep them near their home. So we are cognizant of where families live as opposed to where they attend school, and make those transportation.
So, that was, I guess you answered my question. How is this generally funded? Is it through your department or Title I funds, or is that kind of a split?
It's funded through multiple sources, primarily Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, or ELOP, ACES in the elementary and middle school grades, and then assets in Ventura and Pacific. And so they are entirely funded through those programs, not coupling with the Title I funds, but we're using the Title I resources as far as the training that teachers have had and that paraeducators have had. We are doubling up on we're not making the kids take 2 MAP tests. We use the same data source. And same thing with LPAC and everything else, testing-wise.
Are you seeing that the kids who are participating are consistently participating in terms of their attendance? Like, is it helping us keep those kids at school? Because, I mean, this is mostly fun, right? Like, I mean, it's learning, but it's fun learning. There's a lot of activity and snacks and like field trips. And so I'm just wondering if it's helping us get kids to school during the school day as well.
I would say that it's kind of 2 questions. The first one is, yes, the students that attend expanded learning are consistently attending. Now, some of them are consistently picked up at 5:15 every day or 4:30 or different times, not necessarily 6 o'clock. By 6 o'clock, depending on the site, there are fewer people. The relationship to chronic absenteeism is not as clear. The kids who are attending expanded learning tend to be there most days. They don't tend to be our chronically absent students. But I would have to do more data digging to get more specific on that.
Yeah, I guess one of the questions I would have is, as we're expanding these programs and bringing in new kids, is this one of the kind of anchors that we use to bring in some of those kids who are not consistently attending school because of whatever else might be going on in their lives, and a way to catch them up academically, but also to connect them and really engage them more in their school community, which we know is good for them long term, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have anecdotal evidence, but I think I could do more data digging to find more actual numbers.
Amidst all that, you're also moving us forward on summer
another-
school as well. So thank you, Dr. Dawes.
Yeah, I have another question though
Okay.
for
Yep,
Dr.
no, go
Dawes. Yeah. And I see it here, and I thank you so much talking about the articulation, but right, with a lot of expanded learning programs, the articulation is sometimes a challenge between what's happening during the school day, but then also before or after school, and quite honestly, expanded learning can also be on the weekends, as you're seeing with your Saturday school. So I'm noticing that, with the Leader in Me program, that it is kind of at Atlas, but also in the after-school program, but kind of looking in that same vein, is there a reason why we're not doing it as an articulation, as an extension throughout the school day as well? Like we're doing with some of our assessments.
Are doing it, but it is not perfectly consistent across the district.
Okay.
So we have liaisons at many of the sites, but we haven't been able to get them at quite all of the sites. In most cases, they are certificated personnel. In a couple of cases, they are classified personnel. I think that in those instances, it does work a lot better to have articulation. We see examples of the 5th grade teacher says, oh, I need to work on this content area a little bit longer. So in expanded learning, they keep working on that content area for longer because they have that immediate feedback that's communication between the site. There are also the site coordinators that talk with the principals, and they have like a weekly, sometimes it's a quick check-in.
Okay.
Sometimes it's as quick as, yeah, everything's going fine. Other times it's, we need more of this, this, or this. Other times it's behavioral concerns or needs. But they do have that direct communication. We're talking about plans for next year as to how we could expand that, because I do think that communication piece is really important, and I want to keep an instructional lens on it. So we're discussing possible ideas for next year and considering the budget and everything.
And I guess that's considering the budget and everything, right? With declining enrollment and some other pieces that we have is duplication of services. So I'm even looking at some things like Care Solace, and I know you guys are already doing that work, but so much of your work last year was here's this funding, get it up and running, we're in new positions, there was a lot, right? And so now we almost have a sense of urgency to kind of look at our budgets and our programming to say, this is great, we need to get it up, but it's actually a duplication of services, and this is how we can articulate and have some streamlining going on. And really, as expanded learning, you really have a neat lens because you have that overview across all districts, right? I mean, all schools,
All
sorry.
schools.
So it would be really interesting if we can kind of do an audit in that piece, so that way, especially when we're going through and looking at, that's one thing that we talked about in our budget special board meeting session, was where are those programs, A, that we're not using, but also where is duplication of services and or supports.
And
or
Dr.
products.
Miles, I'll just jump in there. That level of evaluation, the board will, and the public will be seeing on the March 14th meeting. We will be, as Dr. Bayless may have mentioned, we are in that evaluation process. I also want to take the opportunity to make a real important connection. I know it's getting a little bit late, but we continue to hear from certain members of the community about accessibility to some of our campuses. It's important to note that in each of the opportunities that we have with community engagement, we continue to educate the community that when we think about what a typical school day is and will be, you've heard that there's a dramatic expansion of after-school activities planned for our campuses. So it reinforces the need to keep our campuses secure for longer periods of time, and it also necessitates the need for our schools to be actively utilized for our purposes. So I just wanted to make sure that we're drawing those connections as well.
And I think we can solve declining enrollment if we advertise, come to VUSD, we keep your kids until 6 p.m. And I think we can that'll help us a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we feed them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. I appreciate it.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the last slide here, and I'll invite Sol back up. The thing that I would like to end with is just our reflection, and it's important to tell you what we're doing. And I think that you've seen that and heard that we have significant enhancements and increases to our intervention programs, but for you to hear how we're evaluating and thinking about them kind of speaks to your question, Trustee Callahan, a little bit earlier. So I won't go through each one of these, but I'll point out a couple that are kind of salient for me. And I think I'd mentioned one that isn't on this list, Areas for Growth, was secondary tutoring. I probably should have included that, but we're always trying to determine the processes by which we have students move from one tier to another, and the kinds of people who are involved in that decision-making process and the data. And that's not always, but sometimes that student study or success team, that SST process, and that's something that we're starting to talk about and work on, and getting more consistent and utilizing those sites that have the most well-developed systems. So that's something we're looking forward to doing. And again, I want to go back to that number 6 there. I'd mentioned that. Having some consistency with what Tier 1 intervention looks like, and making sure that we're all envisioning ourselves as intervention teachers to some extent. So those are the things that I think about in terms of growth. And I do want to speak to the strengths, and I can't say enough about the quality of the team who stayed this late, most of whom are here and who contributed to this and do the intervention coordination and work, the directors and the TOSA. So I'm just incredibly fortunate and pleased to be working with them. So, Sol, any closing thoughts?
No, just a few things just to highlight areas that we have started working on and really trying to make some gains in, having a unified approach to kind of those Tier 3 interventions. How do we look closely at what does Tier 3 look like? And then also our beginning stages of literacy team planning. So I know that was a board initiative. And then also just with our beginning stages of intervention, really reaching out to neighboring districts to look at their literacy team programs, multi-tiered systems of support. I know we're going to visit Wainini to see their MTSS teams, and then also working closely with Fillmore to look at their reading intervention model. And then finally, having a focus on increased support for our multilingual learners and access to the core at the secondary level. It seems like we've been able to make many gains in areas around LPAC, scholastic reading inventory, but we're still struggling with changing the number of multilingual learners who are receiving Ds and Fs at the secondary level. So that's still a goal for us.
So again, thank you very much. I know that was lengthy, but as you can tell, this is a really important and complex system that we have that we're always trying to improve. So we really appreciate your engagement and all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. This is exactly the sort of stuff the board wants to know more about, and really appreciate you all taking the time to put together such a thorough presentation. Other follow-up questions or comments?
Well, I would just like to say a thank you. And since I've been on the board, and even years before that, I think this is the best use of student data that we've had, where, you know, rather than relying just solely on a state once-a-year test, putting together our own stuff and really using it to focus on student needs, I think is wonderful. And then I think it's wonderful that we have a consistent program across the entire district, where if a child's at one school and moves to another, they can get the same type of interventions that they might not have a number of years ago. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly the kind of information that we want to know. So I know it kind of seems like it runs long when we ask questions, but this is the only time we get to ask questions together. So we appreciate the time you spend doing it, but it's important for us to get the information. And it seems like we've progressed to pinpoint information that we want to know now. Like, I think you guys are doing a great job. I haven't been on the board that long, but even just in the short time that I've been on the board, it seems that you guys have consolidated information that we exactly need to know, and we appreciate that. And my last thing is just, I know you said we had tutoring like in high school and secondary, but in elementary, is there any tutoring in elementary? And why, you know, do you think we should we use tutoring to catch them earlier than trying to get them in
I
secondary
think
and high school?
that tutoring, yeah, absolutely, and I think that tutoring concept is a part of what ELOP is, and in a way, it's a part of the pull-out intervention system that's easier to do in elementary, but hard to do in secondary. Any additional thoughts about tutoring?
As far as tutoring at the elementary level, I mean, I know there's not a huge focus on homework, if that would be the focus of tutoring at the elementary level. But I do know that ELOP, our Las Postas programs, they have that time for homework help, so that students can get started on their homework while they're there with a trusted adult who has knowledge in their of their homework and how to support them. But the focus has really been on how to provide those interventions, get students close to grade level, so that way they can, you know, have much more independent homework time.
Yeah, because I just know, talking to parents, you know, I have an elementary student as well. It's not so much as like reading, but just so much as math, because, you know, we know it's a little different than what we learned on how to teach it. And you know, I consider myself a pretty good math student, but I have help with my third grader because some of the concepts on how they're teaching, I don't understand. So I was just, you know, wondering if we could get those tutoring systems earlier, maybe it'll make a difference when they get to secondary and high school, possibly.
That's a great point. I mean, I have a second grader as well, and she has math homework. And so many times I'm asking her, you know, how do you solve this? And but I think it's a great point to how do we support parents as well in knowing the different ways to be able to respond to various math problems. And I know that we've done that in the past, and it's a great opportunity to be able to kind of reboot that process.
I know this doesn't address your question about elementary, but I did want to add this with the recent vote and announcement that Buena High School is moving to a block schedule next year. So that means all 3 of our comprehensive schools will be on a block. And one of the advantages of a block is that there is more time for teachers to work with small groups, which is hard to do in a secondary environment in a period system where 55 minutes, you teach them and they leave and then they come back a day later. So there are really high quality opportunities for tier 1 intervention and tutoring at a classroom level in block period systems, and that's something that we're really hoping to leverage.
I just want to thank you all for putting this together. I mean, this is wonderful stuff. I mean, as a SPED teacher myself, you know, a lot of these interventions are golden. They help our kids so much. Being on an SST team, I understand that the process is inconsistent, could be troubling. So I understand it as an area of growth, and I think that's just like in the SSC process is tough. But I want to address that I think this is a great system we have and a great trajectory towards equity. I mean, you all have been in education a lot longer than I have, but maybe 10 years ago, 20 years ago, you can see who gets that extra help, you know, those students. And the students that usually get extra help are the ones that are wealthy, right? And so now we're having these like expanded learning and tutoring opportunities, all these different opportunities for students who would never get that. So it's a wonderful thing to see that we're really striving towards equity. So I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. And thanks for,
I'm just going to. I just want to say thank you so much because, as you guys know, it's about my 2-year mark, maybe a little bit over, and I think we've had some of these conversations and some of these direct questions about how are we going to utilize our data, what does this look like, and I know it was COVID, and so it is absolutely heartwarming to see, and you guys, we all have the intentions, but to see this come into play and to see it being activated is fantastic, and anything we can do to continue this momentum and this trajectory, please. It's a two-way street as well. So we are constantly studying and trying to get as much information as we can, but it is very helpful to utilize board time on very singular subjects, specifically around academic progress. And so that's what we're doing today. And I hope we can continue these type of conversations, but also please provide feedback, maybe through our protocol, through President Rodriguez and Dr. Castro, but we also need to hear feedback as well. So thank you so much.
He's so quiet. Okay, well, thank you, and thanks for staying so late. Really appreciate it. If there's nothing else to add to that, we will move on to item 15B, which are our school accountability report cards.
Okay, more of me, I apologize. These are what are affectionately known as the SARCs, the School Accountability Report Cards, are required to be posted, and they were by the date. There was a little asterisk pending board approval, which is tonight. There were some delays in the state system, so that's one of the reasons why it was just a bit of a struggle. So we're pleased to bring this to you for approval.
So one of the items I noticed is that these aren't listed as action items.
Oh.
So.
No, but this is under conference, so that's where it was placed.
Okay.
So we won't be taking action on these today. Do you need action on these today?
No, we don't.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so we'll bring these back
Yeah.
at our next meeting.
We don't need that.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, absolutely, yeah. Did you have comments?
I do. So I am just wondering about the SARC reports. I love these, and as we know, I did get every single one printed, as I do every year, because it is a profile of what we're doing, and it is not an advertisement, but it's a blueprint for every single one of our schools. And so one thing I just wanted to share is I think they're fantastic. Thank you for doing them. But is there a way that we could quite possibly use them as a vehicle to provide outreach? Advertise them, make sure that they're in the inbox, share them out. I don't know what the how is, but like, how can we utilize these wonderful newsletters and advertisements for every single one of our schools and share it out to our broader community, specifically our parents and or other folks for decline enrollment as a strategy.
I appreciate the question and suggestion. One thing that comes to mind, and it's not easy, is as we move our timelines forward for these approval processes, it will enable us to allow it to be a part of a culminating piece of the year where we can put that in the communication and then kind of set the table for what will be in place to start the next year. So that's one thing that I think about. We'll continue to think about how we can more operationalize that for families, because as you know, these are really they're very dense. So taking that information in a way that's digestible and meaningful for our families, I think, is really the challenge. So we'll take a look at that and see how we can make it more. No, but either way, it's still something that we should be considering. So yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. And then item 15C are school safety plans.
Yeah, this is similarly routine in nature, a yearly update to our school safety plans, and we bring them for approval to the board per the state requirement.
I just want to appreciate the fact that this used to be something that I felt like was just kind of copied and pasted from one year to the next. And I know that's not the case anymore, and that there is real intentionality behind the work that's being done to make sure that our whole school community is engaged in this. And so really appreciate that. I hope that it also results in people actually looking at it, right? Because a lot of work goes into creating these, and hopefully people read them and are familiar with them. And I guess unless there are comments, these will come back.
So my only comment is similar to the same vein. I just kind of put down into my prep notes is community input and outreach to share out. Specifically, we've gotten a lot of comments about the fences, open space, these being a community hub. And that goes into the safety plan, could go into the safety plan. And so I think it's really important that we kind of share our process with the community as well, that we, as shared, is that we don't just kind of rubber stamp this, that it is part of a school site council plan. We look at community input, all the process that goes into these pieces, but then once it's done, using it as a living and breathing blueprint to be sharing out with our community stakeholders as well. How that's done, no idea. But it just would be really good, because there's probably a lot of folks who don't even know what that is or why it might be important, but there's a lot of connections with a lot of the public comments that we hear that tie directly to this and this process.
And also, I'm wondering if we can solve some, like we have ELOP now until 6 p.m. Is there something that we put on Gage to say, like, the school hours are, because people think school is over at 2:30, 3 o'clock. And when they see the gates still closed, they're thinking we're closing them to them. And maybe we should let them know that we actually have school until 6 p.m. so that might solve some of the issues where they think they can walk their dog at 3:45 or 5 o'clock, that school is still in session until 6.
It's a really good suggestion. We'll see how we can incorporate that. I think it will help, right? It'll help with the notification. I do also just want to take this opportunity to appreciate our partnership with VPD, especially in particular SROs, not just in the development, because they're also part of our community, they're part of our stakeholders, and they're very much engaged in this. And I just happened to have lunch with Chief Schindler over the last couple of days, and he continues to advocate for, in particular, our ELOP programs and those kinds of activities. He feels strongly, and I know we still have staff here that work closely with VPD, in particular SROs. That partnership is, it's beyond something that isn't a plan. It's something that we rely upon every single day to ingratiate their services in our community, and so they are incredibly important to what we do operationally every single day. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank them.
Great, thank you. So this brings us to our consent calendar. Items 16 through 20 are considered routine in nature. Earlier in the evening, we pulled item 19H to be brought back at a future date. Are there any items that any board member wishes to have pulled for a separate discussion?
Yes. I would like to recuse myself for and pull 19E. E? Yes.
D as in dog.
D as in dog. Oh. Yeah, D as in dog. E is an elephant.
It's that hooked on phonics comes back all the time.
19E, yes.
Okay, 19E, you are recusing yourself from. So shall we take that one separately first? Do I have a motion on 19E?
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Pardon.
This is the one she's recusing herself from.
Yeah, she just usually
I would
says
like
a
to
statement.
recuse myself from this vote as the agenda item involves Mystery Lab, a competitor to my current employer, Renaissance Learning. While this is not a conflict of interest as defined by the Fair Political Practice Act or Government Code, Section 1090, in the interest of transparency and to avoid an appearance of a conflict of interest, I am recusing myself from this vote.
Thank you. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries with 4 yes and 1 recusal.
Okay, so do I have a motion for the balance of the consent calendar items?
Motion to approve the balance.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Great. That brings us to coming events. Oh, no, sorry. Almost. Board reports. Does any board member have board-related committee reports to share?
What have we done? I know, we're like on the same pack. You went to pack.
I don't really have a committee report, but I would like to point out that it was pointed out by one of our student reps tonight, the Optimist Club Awards, where 6 of our students were recognized, and I had the honor of being able to be there and listen to the essays these students wrote, and it was just a fantastic morning, and I appreciate the work of the Optimist Club and the recognition of our students.
I don't have a report other than we did some site tours, and went to J. Sarah, Portola, Elmhurst, and just amazing programs. So I just want to thank those individuals at those schools for taking the time to show us around. Thank you.
Yeah, I know, I guess this is more of a coming event, but the African American Parent Council will be presenting at the Ventura County of Education, I think on March 7th. How that program is going. So, got that coming up. Oh yeah, and CASA, where Amy's going to be on a panel. I will be on a panel presenting for VUSD. So I'm sure that'll be great because I'm presenting on it. So it'll be nice.
And we might miss a word. I don't remember. No, I'm looking forward to site visits on Friday. Thank you. And also looking at, well, Jerry took my spot at the PAC because I couldn't attend it. But I also appreciate since we've met last, was our special board meeting on budget. That was fantastic. And then also just our recent New Beginnings also board meeting. So that's been 4 in like 5 weeks. But thank you.
Me scanning. So for my board report, I had attended my first Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance meeting, where, as a surprise to me, I was sworn in for a 2-year term. Thank you. So that was not expected, but it's fine. And it's a great group. So I also had a chance to attend our Special Education District Advisory Committee, and I just want to commend Neil and Nick Vallejos. They do a great job with those meetings, and I feel like the parents really appreciate the information that was shared. This meeting, they shared a lot of information about, this is why I asked for the notes, because otherwise I won't remember all these things, but SB 181, I had the number and now it's just gone away. Did I get the number right, 181? And it's about the alternative pathway to graduation for students with an IEP. This is new ed code, and it basically allows students who meet a set of requirements to go to earn a standard diploma, so not a certificate program, but a standard diploma, by meeting the state's graduation requirements, which are significantly different than our graduation requirements. And so it allows them to waive all of the things that are above the state requirements. And it's just a great program, and I think it really opens up a lot of opportunities for our students with special needs who sometimes have a harder time getting over some of the hurdles that we put in the path. So it was great for families to know about that and to know that it's an option for them, and when the appropriate times are to ask those questions and advocate for their students. So thank you for sharing that information. It was super timely, and people really appreciated it. In addition, I had a chance to attend the Ethnic Studies and Social Justice Steering Committee, where I learned that apparently I'm no longer our board rep, and I think it's you, Calvin. But I was there, so I got to stay. And
I was glad because I couldn't attend. So
I ate your lunch. It was fine. But we went through the course. What's it called? All the reading material, and sort of just went through and looked at the materials that were approved now almost 4 years ago, and so really it needs to be updated. We talked a lot about the format and using more digital material, and it was just a great conversation with our community partners who have been, in many cases, a part of this conversation since the beginning. Like Dr. Dannenberg, I attended the Optimist Club, which was great. And then I attended a VUSD property committee meeting with Dr. Castro, and we had a chance to just begin to understand some of the complexity of our properties and what we need to be doing in terms of the general plan and looking at options for us as we move forward. And we had a very brief conversation with an architectural team that is advising us through the California School Board Association Education Workforce. So they're kind of giving us I guess some ideas for like what the concepts for what kinds of questions we would ask if we did an RFP, right? So it's very preliminary, but it's a great opportunity to begin to think about what are the questions that we as a district have, what are some of our options. Obviously, all of that information once we're through will be shared with the entire board, and then I'm participating, and I'm mentioning this because I think it would be great if others participated in the VCCF Scholarship Reader Program. So, be reading scholarship applications for the Community Foundation, and it's great because it's super uplifting. You hear great stories about the kids. And then also Dr. Castro and I had a chance to visit the Blood Cancer Center at VCMC this past week and learn about the really just amazing work that's being done there to support our families when they're going through really tough times. So that's my report.
I'm sorry, I forgot one thing that I attended with Dr. Castro. It was the yeah, my son was involved, and I also forgot it. But they invited Councilwoman Lori Brown to speak at Ventura High School for Black History Month. So that went really well. But I did attend that. I was there.
I have one more too that I didn't share, but to share with you all, and I did talk with Sabrina and Dr. Castro but I attended the February 12th on Super Bowl Sunday at the Museum of Tolerance. It was sponsored and convened by AXA Region 16 in partnership with the Museum of Tolerance, and it was the 2023 Cultural Proficiency Conference. It was a one-day conference there, and it was fantastic, and it really brought around some strong thought leaders around the exact topics that we're talking about, specifically around equity and access for not only computer science, but also literacy, and how to bring together different shareholders from university level to actual practitioners of the district level. To be honest, they had mayors and local municipal governing representatives there as well. So it was fantastic, and I would love for us to kind of congregate and see about some opportunities because they have a grant from the state where they can educate and provide different types of customized workshops for any educator, which includes school board members. So preliminary ideas around that, but just wanted to share that experience.
Great, thank you. So now, coming events.
So you'll see these displayed. We have a few coming up over the next week. Our Declining Enrollment Committee on March 2nd, Parent Advisory Committee March 7th, Teacher of the Month on March 2nd, and again on March 16th. That's it for coming events. I was going to transition to future board items. I would like to request, although we had designated emergency preparedness for March 14th, where staff is feeling that agenda is filling up. So we're going to delay the emergency preparedness item because we will be coming forward with a couple of budget and staffing related items that we feel we want to dedicate that time to. As President Rodriguez stated, the subcommittee, the property subcommittee has started to make some meaningful progress. We're going to continue to just wait on the waiver surplus property item and a bond update. We will bring forward on March 14th as well, correct? Okay. So that's all I have for future board items in terms of an update. I don't know if there are any others you'd like to suggest at this point.
I just got a question. As far as the oversight committee, do we have to approve those people that come on? Is that a future board item? Okay, so that'll be within the bond update.
Yeah, so the applications have been received, and then the bond committee will kind of make a short list that will come to the entire board for approval. And you'll get those names in advance and have an opportunity to provide feedback to Dr. Castro.
I have one future board item. Thank you about having the bond update. That was on my list as well. I'm wondering, and I know we have plans for it, but we had such a great special board meeting on the budget, and I know that's just going to be an ongoing conversation. If we can slate it, whether for a special board meeting, I know we kind of talked about some different timelines, but maybe after the second interim. I don't know about bandwidth or exactly where, but if we can kind of be planning for another iteration of that, again, with consensus from the board, but on a quarterly basis possibly. And again, don't have any preference on when, but I just kind of want to get it out there and get it tabled so we can start thinking about where the right place would be. So that's one thing. And the second thing is more around summer school. Planning for summer school, what does that look like? You know, looking at our needs, obviously, you know, we still have a second semester, but I'm already even seeing on some other boards that they're looking at summer school as well. So it would be great to be starting to talk about that. Again, if the board has consensus around it.
So I think with regard to the budget study session, you know, one of the things that we've been moving towards is the governance calendar model. So looking at kind of trying to time things in a way that makes sense for staff based on the activities that they're doing. And so because we will be having the LCAP come before us in the spring, that's kind of our next big deep dive is going to be on the LCAP. And so then the budget comes kind of after that again, right? So it will come once the priorities are set and the vision, then we look at the budget again. So it would probably more likely be end of summer kind of thing, right? Is that? Yeah. So.
Fine, I just wanted to put it on kind of the map and start getting it tabled.
Okay, great, thank you. Board comments?
Turn on, okay. One board comment, we have Read Across America put on by VEP, Ventura Education Partnership. It's a little late here for me. Reading Across Ventura, and I'll be reading at it, and I'll be reading a book on pets and animals, which is my favorite topic. So come see me read. And that's at Will Rogers, I think at 12 that it starts, or 11 I believe it starts actually. Sorry, 10. I'll be reading at 12:15 though. That's the only important part.
So Thank you for that one. There is a women's leadership conference, and Dolores Huerta is the keynote down in Los Angeles, so I'm going to be kind of toggling between that event as well. Don't know if I'm going to be reading. We'll see if I'm organized enough. But one thing that I wanted to share is our Marianne Quiros, who's not here tonight, but she has on our website news and updates, and there's 2 programs that are fantastic that have happened that she has posted and created some really great stories around. The first one being that Ventura Unified debuts the elementary instrumental music pilot program, which is fantastic. So I encourage you to look online. I'm so appreciative of her for creating these bright spots for our district and having them. So it's great for us to share those out. Another one is from with Data launching their STEAM-focused program called GRIT, which is Girls Reimagining Tomorrow, which is also in partnership with E+ and Patagonia. I had the opportunity to attend one of their field trips, and it was just fantastic. So I think with permissions and through our protocols, to reach out to Principal Cohen about attending one of these. And so it was just fantastic. Again, there is a story about that as well. So I appreciate Marianne sharing these highlights. That is it on my list.
I just have a quick question regarding the board policies we received tonight. What is the expectation that you would like us, the protocols you'd like us to follow?
So in the board policies, everything you see highlighted in red has actually been removed by CSBA, and everything in green has either been added by CSBA and or district staff to align to our ed codes. So basically at this time, the district staff has already reviewed and approves of the changes. So they're just asking for you to review them as well, and they'll be brought back to a future meeting for final approval.
The timeline?
Why? Oh, poor Sophie. He was like, look at how thin hers is.
Yeah. the president gets more work.
I'll have to look up the exact timeline. It is in the board letter, so I believe it began on February 27th, and it runs about 4 weeks, a little over. We're hoping to bring it back to the April 18th board meeting for approval.
So if we have questions or concerns, we should bring them up to you prior to that?
Yes.
Yes, so in the email that I had sent out, if you guys have questions on specific things, if you'll email Rose Ramirez, and then she can disseminate that to whichever staff need to answer.
And there are 2 of us assigned to each category, so you can also reach out to your colleague.
So we can basically go through them and then meet, and then me and Jerry can meet?
Yes.
Okay.
So I just wanted to say, I am so grateful to have such a great team. I really think over the last few weeks, really, as we've gone through the budget study session and our Good Beginnings last week, it's just really apparent like what amazing, dedicated, and really thoughtful people we have. And I just really appreciate that. And I know like it's been a tough road to get to that place, to get all the right people in the right chairs and all that. But really just, you can feel the synergy, and I really think it's making its way out into the community as well. People are seeing, just how well everyone's working together, and I really appreciate that. So
thank you. I know our association presidents weren't able to make it tonight, but I want to thank them and all of the individuals that are helping us move forward. Every opportunity I have to be on a campus, you talk about that synergy, and that synergy is among all of our classified and certificated staff along with management, recognizing the level of need, but also the level of opportunity, the energy, and positivity that we can bring to these events. And so I want to thank them for their partnership, and as we, again, look forward to the challenges challenges that we have ahead, but also the really amazing opportunities that we have. So thank you for that, and I do want to echo, we have an amazing team. Appreciate being a part of it. Thank you.
Great, and since there is no need to return to closed session, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Deanna Berg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And I want to thank BASE and TDC Studios, as always, for being here and getting us through the meeting. Really appreciate you and your professionalism and your amazing skill set. And sorry for not telling you about the adjournment midstream, but we will see you next time.